politics, bro. Why just a week? I guess that's the warning. But that's my fault. I did take the tag off 2 days ago because sometimes I forget to take the tag off and then I don't have ads for my normal streams. But we started yesterday with a little bit of Iran talk, and they were just like, "Oh, well, we cover the war yesterday." Yeah, okay, my bad. Just hit me up and be like, "Yo, you probably should put the tag on." You know, you don't have to lock it on. What if I don't do politics today? But it's fine. Anyway, how do I feel about the election results?
I was about to go get that
Shredex Flanders
Henny.
gifted a tier 1 sub to Boiled Peanuts TV. They have given 11 gift subs in the channel.
Oh yeah, I have this on the docket as well. Shred Flanders to give her the gifted sub. Much appreciated. I don't know why I thought they said burnt peanut. I was going crazy. Blackface really, Jason, during Melon in March. I know, right? You couldn't wait for Afro April? Isn't fans spamming replies is funny? I don't read replies. So.
I was about to
An
go
anonymous
get that
user
Henny.
gifted a tier 1 sub to Catchamona.
And I'm thinking of the gifted sub as well, but it's Takashi Mona. I don't know how I feel about that one. Right, let's to explain how Tellerico won because Grand Platner. I would jump off a building. Right, I can deal with Tellerico winning. I can also deal with Grand Platner winning. I cannot deal with people being like, "This is why we need to appeal to white men and need to run white men." That I cannot deal with. It will make me go stir fry crazy. The slap chop Shamwag, I got 4%. Billy Mays would never. He'd get 50% of the vote. Anyway, oh, this is the wrong tab. Almost did an oopsie there. Race was so close to know if there had been more awareness. It's not. I don't think they've called a winner yet for that race though. Unless I'm tripping. Yeah, it hasn't been called yet. It's literally like 800 votes. Does Nida Allam have a chance, or is it Kobe? I think she has a chance. As in a chance, as in to get to a runoff. I don't know how close it needs to be for runoff, but she's like 1% behind. It hasn't been called yet though, so like there is, because it hasn't been called, there is still a chance. I think every other race has been called in North Carolina. Yeah, every other one has been called. It's close. I was calling a recount, as you should. Why would you not? I mean, if you are within 1%, you should. I think it's an automatic recount if you're less than 1%. I don't know if that applies for primaries, but if you are like within 1%, you should call for a recount. So, I mean, it being this close is already a win and signaling in momentum. Yeah, but like you want like candidates to actually win. You know what I mean? Because again, we're gonna hear about how Graham Plattner and Tallarico. I don't know what that's about. Well, Graham Plattner and Tallarico won pretty handedly, and Nida Allam, lost. He'd be like, "See, well, We have to run progressives, but we have to run white men progressives actually. So that's the only one that works. And we're gonna have to hear about that, and it'll be a whole thing. Apparently, during her Breaking Points interview, Kat slipped up and said that she still has ties with her professor that is in the CIA. Ties in what regard? What? Kat is a whole mess, bro. And I think her being so tuned in and tapped in as an L, just because like she's too visible. You know what I mean? Like she's too visible. She goes out and does too many things. I think to be like transparent, but then, like there's a balance to strike between like not showing up and doing any interviews at all, and then like doing literally everything and being spammed with you know, your worst issues. You know? Like her worst issues are China and her ties with like right-wing figures, her right-wing upbringing, and like the CIA. She feels like an op, like she's the perfect person to get left is on board with terrible foreign policy. No, I don't think she's an op. I think she's just young and dumb. And that's kind of where I fall. Right. And maybe that is indicative of her not being prepared to run. You know? And to hold that office. But like, I'm sorry, this is my take. If you support Graham Platner, you can't necessarily not support Kat. Like if you support Graham Platner under the assertion of lesser evil voting, and you're voting for him because, like, you know, freaking Janet Mills and Susan Collins are bad. Like I don't see an argument against voting for Kat as well. I'm not a fan of electoral politics holistically, so I necessarily don't really care about either of them, like specifically as people. But like under lesser evil voting, like it's the same thing. She is more progressive and better than the alternative. You know?
I live like a capitalist every single day, Jake. I live as a capitalist.
I don't think being DSA is
Empty
inherently
quote
being
underscore
better. I need to see their policies. I think people use DSA as a crutch to be like, oh, this is a good candidate. The DSA is still running under the Democratic ticket, and they're not inherently like, you know, in the same way that like Kat's not inherently like progressive. Like I need to see the policies to come to that conclusion. But again, the question is as well, like, does Kat have the motion to win? And does that other DSA candidate? What people mean when they say they're not a fan of electoral politics? They mean, in both, what I mean is that power doesn't come from electoralism, right? When you elect politicians, it's, in the grand scheme of things, relatively meaningless. Because power comes from the workers in worker organization, tenant organization, bottom up organizing. Because no matter who that politician is, that's where the power actually comes from, right? Politicians mean fuck all if you can't pressure them to do anything, right? And I think there's an overemphasis in like getting the right people elected when what we should be doing is focusing on bottom up, worker grown power, even in electoralism, right? We're worried about this like savior, messiah to like come and run for office, and we have to hope that they're good enough to win, right? Against like AIPAC, other pro-Israel lobbies, the Democratic establishment, and then Republicans on top of that. When like we can be building that infrastructure ourselves. Disagree that with it being relatively meaningless, the current admin makes it much harder to unionize. No, it is relatively meaningless, right? It just is, right? The fact that the current admin got into power, right, shows that like it is relatively meaningless, because when you are stuck in the two-party duopoly, you have no choice over who's going to be the president, right? You are purely beholden to whatever the Democrats run, right? That's what I mean when I say it's relatively meaningless. As in, like, you as an individual have no pressure. You have no say. They won't listen to you. as an individual. The only pressure you have comes at the at the end of extended organizing. Right? That's why I say it's relatively meaningless. As in, like, to enact public pressure onto people, you can't do that as a individual, right? That comes from collective organizing or collective power. You know, the civil rights movement, voting was a small part of it, but leaders in the Black community became active in the streets and threatening the bottom line, actually changed status quo. Exactly. This is exactly what I mean. Would you say that it's conspiracy theory to say Blackness still has ties with Blackwater? A little bit, yeah. Mostly because it's just a conspiracy that has no real like material backing behind it. But like I can see why people say it. You know, people don't. I mean, I have more to say on I mean, sort of cosplaying being Black because I'm a VTuber. Read the Jason tweet. That's crazy. This is why I don't read my replies. But like, are we surprised that FaZe fans come out and they're racist? I don't necessarily think so. But is there much ground up organizing in this country? Has it increased lately? Because I hear that a lot, but I feel like I don't really see anything. Go outside. Not as a diss to you, Chatter, but like literally just go outside, and if you don't see it, you should start it. But if it's not in your community, you should be the change you want to see in the world, right? Because it is happening in places where people did that. People did walk outside, and they were the change, right? But there needs to be more. But again, the entirety of the left flank infrastructure is only really focusing on like getting the right people elected. And again, not everybody, obviously, but I just think that we have a hyperfixation on like garnering like crumbs of power. You feel me? The Democrats and the Republicans are just eating cake, and we're just like kind of like scooping up crumbs. And we're hoping that like we can build our own cake with all the crumbs that we get. When that just won't happen. What will happen is we get our own cake when we take their cake. You know? We go out of our way to go and, you know, make their cake ours. And that comes from collective organizing. We have to build the ladder to get to the table to take the cake. Right? We can't just wait for the crumbs to be swept in our direction. We can't wait for a bigger crumb to fall in our direction and be like, oh, this will be good for our cake. We have to go and we have to go take some. Right? We have to go take the crumbs for our cake to build our own cake. That's my position. That's my take. If people are waiting for the Grand Platners, for the James Talarico, even for the Zora Mamdanis, which is good, and when they do run, you know, they are better than the alternative. But like, people look to that as like, we're getting power. We promise. And like, are we? You know, for every member of Congress we gain, right, we lose two due to APAC spending. You know what I mean? Like, we could be doing better, and we could be doing more. And if we do want to focus on electoralism, why don't we focus on electoralism in a way that's productive, right? In that we focus on bottom up electoralism, not just waiting for like somebody to run for Congress or the Senate. The Senate isn't Congress, right? The House or the Senate or the presidency or whatever. We look at like, you know, mayoral races. We look at General Assembly members. We look at city councils and county commissioners and like the local infrastructure, and we build that there. Right? Because for any race we're spending freaking $50 million on to try to compete with we're not spending $50 million, but we spend like $1 million or $2 million on trying to compete with like APAC and oil lobbies and freaking AI lobbies, right? You could spend that $1 million at 200,000 here, 100,000 here, 100,000 here, and we can build up that power to get 5 or 6 seats, right? Instead of just losing it all in this one seat. And then that 5 or 6 seats can turn into 10 seats, can turn into 20 seats when people become amenable to our position, right? And the problem with all of this conversation is it's stuck within the two-party duopoly. It's how do we use the Democrats and Democratic infrastructure to push forward progressive Democratic politicians. And it's doing nothing to break that duopoly. And we just keep getting here again. We're going to arrive in 2028. The candidate is going to be somebody we don't like. They're going to Bernie that whoever candidate that we have, freaking AOC or whatever, right? And we're going to be like, well, what do we do now? It'll be because it happened in 2016, it happened in 2020, and it happened in 2024, and we never freaking learned. You know, operating within the system is fine for the short term, but at what point are we ever going to operate outside of it? At what point are we ever going to operate outside of the duopoly? You know, that's the question. That's why local elections are important. That's how you grow as Zoran. Yeah. And that should be happening not just in the bluest states, but in the reddest states. We should be getting socialists elected in the reddest of red states, right? Not under maybe a socialist ticket, but maybe under a third party independent infrastructure, right? Running on the same populist agenda and populist messaging that we clearly see that is working in these other states, and then get them in there. But again, it's not California. It's not as fancy, as flashy as New York City. Some of the best W's have come from the red states. From what I've seen, here in KC, we got a tenant bill of rights. Yeah. Again, it's not as flashy. The best way to break from the duopoly is get a coalition elected to get within the democratic infrastructure at the right time, break away from the party and establish a new party. Best example is happening in the UK right now with the Labour Party and how the Green Party is winning elections. Yeah, but there's 3 members of Congress. Maybe not 3. I'll say probably maybe 5 members of Congress that are either in the DSA or are DSA affiliated, right? So how long do you wait for that? Out of the 50 seats in the Senate, do you need 10? How long do we wait for that? Right? Do you need 20? How long do we wait for that? Right? How many House seats do we need? Right? How long do we wait? It's just we sit and we bide our time for 30 years? Because if that's the case, why don't we just operate not trying to do a vanguard party for the Democrats, but just building our own infrastructure from the ground up, right? Because people hate both the Democrats and the Republicans. Trying to do that is the right time. I think now's the right time, to be honest. But that's not how that works. You can't just immediately, boom, 50 Democrats elected who are progressive. You know what I mean? That's not how that works. Elections happen every 2 to 4 years, right? Maybe special elections every year or so. Right? But so you're not gonna, there's no simple answer unless you're doing a revolution, taking over Democratic seats, right? When you're working within the infrastructure, it will be slow, right? There is no, you're doing it now. You plan for 5 to 10 years in the future, and hopefully you have enough seats then. Right? And is that the most productive thing to do for 5 to 10 years in the future? How do you combat that? All of that when AIPAC drops more money than the US drops bombs. AIPAC is dropping money in the seats that, again, everybody only cares about, right? The most high profile seats, right? Again, 70% of elections in this country are uncontested. Run people in some uncontested elections, right? Flood the market with people, right? Just get people ready to run for local office in the places that nobody really cares about. What's your gauge on Kat? I think that she's young and kind of dumb as it pertains to messaging. And it's an L for her. Don't even need a clean break, and no one will want to break out of fear of being pushed out of any political conversation. Yeah, but again, the problem is that people are so worried about what they see on the TV. Right? That's kind of it. Right? You shouldn't be worried about what you see on TV. You should be worried about your community. People are too worried about getting into the national conversation. This is also my problem with Kat, right? Is that people want to just jump straight to I want to be in Congress, right? Not even just with Kat. With a lot of young people want to be the next youngest member of, or next Gen Z member of Congress or whatever, right? Because that's the flashy stuff. That's what people get. That's what you get attention for, right? But again, I say this all the time. You will have the most impact the lower down you are in your community. You know what I mean? You will have you have the ability to affect the most change to the people's lives in your community the lower down you are. When you are on the city council, when you're the mayor, when you're on the House Senate, the state Senate or the state house, right? When you're the county commissioner. Right? When you are in the local level infrastructure, that's where you have an impact. But people are so ready to be like, I want to be the next Congress person. Put me in Congress. I see what Congress people are doing. It's bad. I understand why they think that, right? But that's not how you garner power. That's not bottom up. They want to jump to the top and be like, I want to start here building power. Right? But that takes money and resources that could be used towards the bottom up infrastructure building. You know? Exactly. They all want to be the next Zuran moment without doing it in mayoral races or the like. Yeah. And that's the problem. That's the issue. But we'll get to all the election stuff as well, because there's a lot that I want to talk about. As in Jasmine Crockett taking it out, and I've been a certified Jasmine Crockett hater more than honestly most of y'all. I remember when Hassan Shah was talking about Jasmine Crockett like over a year ago, right? Or over 2 years ago when I was on freaking Hassan's stream in person. And I said that I was a certified Jasmine Crockett hater. And there are people who are saying like, no, I like that she's fighting against Trump. She's a good fighter. I'm just like, no, she's not. And no one listened to me then. Yeah, but I do think is my take. I know she's going to do now for the next 2 years. She'll be out of Congress soon. I think she'll just write a book. Completely seriously, I think she'll write a book. I think she'll write a book about how racism impacts Senate races. And to be entirely fair, I do think some people were dipping a little bit into racism, criticizing Jasmine Crockett and going for Tallarico in the way that they were doing. I think that I was side-eyeing some people for sure. Right, I think the conversation around Jasmine Crockett falls too close into like the electability conversation, right? That like that was happening with Kamala Harris, and be like, oh well, Kamala Harris can't be the president because, you know, nobody will vote for her because she's a black woman, right? And just like, so what we're saying, black women shouldn't run for office because nobody will vote for them. Like the goal should be to, you know what I mean, address that disparity in white supremacy. And not be like, well, that's just how it exists, so she can't run. Covered electability is that it all just vibes, feelings, and makeup. Yeah. So that's what I just disagree with the Jasmine Crockett conversation. Jasmine Crockett is bad for a number of different reasons. It's not necessarily because she can't get people in Texas to vote for her, because she did get people in Texas to vote for her. It's how she got elected in the first place, you know? So, I don't know. And then they're doing the same thing where it's like, oh, Tallarico has a better chance of like pulling voters from the Republicans. I'm like, so is this what we're doing? Are we electing people who can pull votes? I thought we hated that. I thought it was less about like pulling voters from the Republicans and just doing popular policy that it just appeals to people holistically. You know, and not like we're gonna center the thoughts and the messaging to Republican voters. That's what Kamala Harris did. That's why she lost. Why can't we look at it as Texas Dems had two good choices? Well, to be fair, neither choice was good. But that's just how I feel because I hate electoralism. They were both passable, okay choices. Tallarico was just a little bit less bad, in my opinion. You know, that's just it. I do think Tallarico was less bad, right? I think Jasmine Crockett has failed in a lot of instances. I think her pro-Trump, anti-Trump policy being her mainstay policy was a fumble. It was an L, and she has no one to blame but herself for that, right? But I don't think we need to get into like the fact that I don't think that she'll be able to win these votes for some reason. You know, this is true. This is correct. Right. Whenever I see the name Jasmine Crockett, I think of those clapback T-shirts. She wasted so much time trying to build a personality and a meme. It overshadowed her work. Right. But again, to be entirely fair, like this is like people screaming at a director to make a sequel to a movie, and then when they make that sequel, they're like, "I hate it. Why did you make a sequel? You should have just left it as it was. Like y'all wanted this from her. You know what I mean? To be entirely fair, people were like, yeah, we love that she's clapping back against Republicans. We love it. Like, we love her clap back. She's a fighter, right? And I was saying back then that it was fake. But then, like, she got a little bit too big for her britches, right? And people came around to her being fake, and then that's kind of where we were. I think her biggest mistake was just making an enemy out of, like, the people around her. You know what I mean? Like, she was just very vindictive to Tallarico and his campaign. And he didn't engage with it at all. You know? It is like when they put more movies back in theaters a little bit, yeah. And so, like, she was vindictive, she was mean-spirited. It was just, she didn't come across as a very nice person, you know? That feeds very poorly into victimization narratives, yeah. Also being a Zionist, but you know, so is Tallarico. You know what I mean? Like so is Grant Platner. Like, I think we're all getting kind of mixed up in this. Like, Grant Platner's like not a Zionist. You know what I mean? Like, most of the country is still like, you know what? We do need this state of Israel. Like, we're not like at a point where like people are like, oh, you know, abolish the state of Israel or whatever. Like her problem is, and it's what I said earlier, right? Jasmine Crockett's problem is also Shai Thembo, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Talking about the election. But her problem is that she has a voting record. Do you think Jasmine's comment on Latino community hurt her? No. Objectively, no. The race was honestly closer than it would have been if that was the case in Texas. Tallarico spoke on it slightly better than Crockett did. Yeah, but he's not good on it. You know what I mean? Until he comes out and he's like, at the very least, you know. To be fair, I don't know if Jasmine Crockett's called it a genocide. Probably not. Maybe Tallarico has. Get a win? We don't know. It's not called yet. Proves you need more than the aunties too. I mean, she didn't perform like people are acting like she performed like holistically just bad, which like I don't think she did, unless I'm mistaken. Like she underperformed, sure, but like it's not because like she just only had like the aunties vote or whatever, right? Did she win? No, she lost. Right, but like by like 7%. Like it's not good, but projections were really bad for her. So she kind of overperformed her projections. You know, we're not talking about streamer stuff right now. Maybe later though. We're talking about election stuff, which is almost even worse. Tara's more of a Elizabeth Warren type politician. They might go around the edges of party norms, but will center back to party messaging. Yeah. So it's only 1,200 votes behind. So I wonder if Hassan gave a little bit more of attention, she would have won. No, I think Hassan maybe a little bit earlier, but I think Hassan did well in this race. I think there's a lot to criticize Hassan about. I don't think this is one of them. I think he did what he was supposed to do for Nida. Except for maybe he could have come a little bit earlier. But like, you know, he had her on the stream. He talked about her. He highlighted her. Could he have done more? Maybe. Would it have changed things? I don't know. But I think that he did what he was supposed to do here. You know, she was a long shot. I was ready for her all right though. She didn't lose yet, Chad. Stop talking about it like she's dead or she lost. She didn't lose. It's close. It's very close. Guys, have a positive attitude, right? The race wasn't called yet. It's the only race that wasn't called yet. Let's see. Dang. Durham and Wake County are like, these are also college towns. So like that makes sense. You have Chatham, Chatham? I don't know how to say that. And then Orange. So it was like, this is where they kind of pull apart a little bit. But again, they're still estimated remaining is 1,300. So it's gonna be rough. I don't know what the barometer is for a runoff though. So it hasn't been called yet, but it may. I think it's within 1%, unless I'm tripping. Less than 50%, I believe. Oh yeah, like no winner without a plurality. Like, that makes sense. Which means it would go to a runoff. Because this person's talking, who's taking over for Crockett at the House. Yeah, I have him on the docket. I have a lot of stuff on the docket, chat. We'll get to it. There's this one to look at. This one. Does runoff mean there'll be another chance for a vote for her, or they just recount? Runoff is there's another election, right? There's a recount that would probably also happen automatically. And then a runoff would be another election if the recount brings one person up above 50%, which I don't think that it will. Recounts usually don't. Do you think Nida has a good chance of winning a runoff? 100%. Chat. You have to remember that this is a APAC candidate, right? This is an APAC candidate. She's a grassroots, not ground. She's a grassroots candidate, like with a bigger push. He's better than you thought. Oh, Charlie. Honestly, what he says with Charlie Kirk. Like, I think that she'll have a really good chance because all the attention would be on her,
thing is,
right?
we live in
a lot of the attention for the election right now was split between like Tyler Rico and Jasmine Crockett and Graham Platner, and so Nida didn't have like a full attention, but a runoff would be like, okay, all the progressives, focus your attention on this. You know, look here. This is an APAC candidate versus a non-APAC candidate. And so I think a runoff is honestly probably the best case scenario for a Democratic primary if you are a grassroots candidate, right? Because you're fighting an uphill battle in the regular primary. But in the runoff, you have a chance to kind of show yourself, right? But you also have a chance to get outspent. So it's something you got to look at, you know? The bigger problem for leftists in these elections is a lot of people, libs, don't vote because, they'll lose anyway. Not really. Libs will vote. Libs do vote. They vote for the establishment candidate. There's a chance of a runoff. They haven't called it yet, so there's a chance for anything. There's a chance that she takes every single one of these 1,300 votes and wins. So consider it. Consider it. Also, chill out, chat. Relax. We'll get to the Reverend. All right. Y'all just hate women. We're talking about women right now. You're just like, how dare you? Talk about a man. I think it's gonna be tough for us on during elections now because of his popularity. Candidates now, not candidates having his politics to have so many people on or flying to them would keep him super busy now. And he is no longer a spectator talking about who is marginally better. Not necessarily. I think that virtual, just doing a stream for like 2 hours, be like, who are you, what are you about? Honestly, genuinely, best case scenario, Hassan's entire stream turns into just like him having socialist candidates on. Net positive. Right? It won't be that, obviously, but net positive, if that's the case. Because that shows that there are so many socialists running for office that have a chance to win, right? So like, you know what I mean? Like, what's the phrase I'm looking for? I don't remember the phrase, but it would be good. One billionaire was so confusing. Yeah, well, if you have time, we'll look at the Tom Steyer thing. Gavin's trying to gear himself up to go on Hassan's stream. I don't know if I'll give Hassan that much credit, but I do think Gavin Newsom is gearing up for like a presidency. And so he's looking at his he's looking at his the society. He's like, what do I say on Israel? And they're like, we don't like Israel. And he's like, I don't know about that. You're following the Butch Ware California governor campaign. I've seen a little bit of it. I don't know if he's gonna win, but I don't know. Who knows? I don't know. Is he running for on the Greens ticket? He was the VP pick for Jill Stein, 2024. I'm pretty sure it was Stein Ware. Nida losing is such a heartbreak. She didn't lose yet. Take your negativity somewhere else, chatters. She did. You see the race call for somebody? Is anybody highlighted on the screen? I think not. I think not. There's a chance. Jasmine got cooked. Jasmine got cooked. She got cooked. I'm just not hopeful. I'm sorry. We'll take your negativity elsewhere. Nida lost? Okay, we're at chill. Stop. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. I need to stop reading your messages. Because if somebody else is gonna come in and see me read the message, Nida lost. They're gonna be like, wait, Nida lost? And then somebody will see me read that message and be like, Nida lost? And it'll become a whole thing. The race has not been called yet. It's a race to watch, it says. Tickles already started. I know. Hey, Nixie. Hey, Nixie. Okay? Come here. I got you. Ready? Oh, you're getting heavy. You are getting heavy, doggy. Oh, okay, sit. Sit down. Sit down. Yeah, there you go. How do you feel about Jasmine Crockett? Hey, no, that's my food. You can't have that. How do you feel about Jasmine Crockett? Hey? How do you feel about her? I know. She lost, you know that? Oh, you didn't know. Sorry to break the news to you. Alright, time to come down. Hey, come on. Good girlie. Hey. Does this mean she's out of a job now? Not for some amount of time. I don't know when her tenure in Congress is up. Also, we'll cover the Jason the Ween blackface thing. Was that? Oh, it was Jason the Ween in blackface. Or with like tanning stuff on his face that just happens to make him look like this. That his community has taken as a meme. Hey. The image was always getting spammed under every Jason TikTok in his comment section for the past year. Yeah, I didn't know about that. But apparently he tweeted it out himself, which is how it got kind of caught wind. Because I saw Nandre's tweet that said, so Jason the Ween blackface tweet is real or am I going insane? And then he tweeted again saying, oh, it was real. I heard it was AI, but it's still blackface. Well, why would he post it? But like, this seemed too wild, so I looked a little into it, and it seems like a meme within the com. This guy's crazy, man. Then it's like an end of an era, and then it's like people just keep posting this into the replies in the comment section. I guess it's a community meme that he had, which is already like a, why is that a community meme? What's funny about that? And then like he posted it himself in a tweet for some reason. It was like, I have black hair now. It's just like, why would he do that? Why would he do that? Anyway, if we can look at it a little bit more anyway later, but like that's so confusing to me. Exactly, wasn't real, and it was a meme that he posted. He posted the meme. I don't know if it's real or not. I have no idea. It could be real, maybe. No clue. It's on timeline. No. The tweet is real. I don't know if the picture is real. That's the question. Wasn't that a Twitter thing for a while? Not a Jason Kong exclusively thing? I mean, yeah, and it sucked back then as well. You know what I mean? But like, it's worse when you're posting it yourself. You feel me? Like that's a problem. But anyway, we'll save it for later. Let's go back to actual important news, and that is Jasmine Crockett being a loser, and this is who's taking her seat. October 8th.
Because I recognize that we got to be pro-Israel. Yeah, we got to do that, or we get in trouble. Well, I'm coming to get in trouble. Israel, and I'm going to quote Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter says that Israel is engaging in apartheid with Palestinians. And so the Palestinians who don't have the weaponry of Israel, the Palestinians don't have the financial backing from the United States that Israel has. And so they throw their rocks and shoot their arrows, and Israel is able to bomb them and kill them. Watch in the news the disparity between Palestinians being killed and Israelis being killed. It is totally unfair, but this country's going to stand on the side of apartheid because that's its track record. It stood by apartheid in South Africa because it created apartheid in this country.
True. Was this guy Crockett's pastor? I don't know. The way he says Israel. I like to say Israel like freaking Lindsey Graham does it. Israel. It's become a vocal stem now. I cannot refer to Israel as anything else other than Israel. That's what I heard. It's her pastor. Did you hear anything incorrect? Yeah, he said it's on October 8th, by the way. Man, if he was a Twitch streamer, Ethan Klein would kill him. I saw that last night when he watched his clip. What did he say? That could be inverse from evangelical pastors. It's Crockett's pastor, yes. That is Crockett's pastor. But you do notice as well, I think it's kind of interesting. I don't know if I want to see. This is like more like a sad news. Let's see some more good news about like these are the people who we can have in Congress who are actually like good on Israel. Jasmine skipping the sermon. Legitimately, I don't think Jasmine Crockett actually cares about Israel. That's the funniest part. I don't think he cares. I don't think she cares about Israel. I think she just said what she thought she needed to say to maintain power. She thought, oh, I can't go against Israel and keep my seat, so I need to go for Israel. And then she didn't realize the changing climate, And she didn't move on that in the way that she's supposed to. She did drop the pro-Israel rhetoric, right? She did drop the pro-Israel rhetoric. She's not like riding for Israel, but now she had a chance to explain her positioning, and her only take was, "Look at my record. My record speaks for itself." No, just come out and say what this guy said. Genuinely, just come out and say what he said. Israel is an apartheid state, right? That is engaged in asymmetric killing and murder and genocide of Palestinians, right? And we need to call that out. Just say that. She didn't say that. She was like, "Oh, look at my record. My record speaks for itself." And like, yeah, your record's bad, Jasmine. What do you want us to do about that? Your record's not good. And so, like, she just said to quote my pastor. Yeah, but yeah, she thought she couldn't say that because, well, I can't say that and win, right? And I hope that's the lesson we take from this, is that, like, we live in a world now, right, a post October 7th world, where Israel is monumentally unpopular. Monumentally unpopular. You can be anti-Israel and win. You can call out Israel for doing a genocide and win. Honestly, I would go as far as to say, as a Democrat, you need to call out genocide, right? And you need to call out Israel to win. That is a necessity. You're not winning, right? Unless you're getting $1 bajillion from AIPAC. And even then, good luck. You got a tight race on your hands, you know? But we're in a different world. That's why you have freaking Gavin Newsom coming out against Israel now. Israel.
Down here because there is a political
Democratic U.S. House candidate Frederick Haynes calls for the abolitionment of ICE. W. Why haven't I heard about this guy? Gosh darn it. Maybe that's my own fault. I'm sorry. I can give two flying flips about freaking Jasmine Crockett versus Tallarico. You know what I mean? I don't really care. Tell me more about these candidates. That's my take. I want to hear more about these candidates. Tell me about the candidates who are on the cutting edge, the actual progressives, right? We're spending too much time on freaking Graham Platner, too much time on Kat, realistically, on Tallarico. I was going to say Newsom, but Newsom is its own problem and conversation. Show me people like this.
environment that has made othering okay. A political environment that has weaponized hatred. And as a consequence, we have a terrorist group of ICE agents who are moving throughout this nation and engaging in waging war on communities, especially communities of color. I'm here to fight.
Like, where's Jasmine Crockett's takes like this? Where's Jasmine Crockett saying abolish ICE? That's why she lost, right? But it's also not like James Tallarico was saying that as well. But like, he at least massaged it better. You know what I mean? He positioned himself against ICE, not against Trump. That's where she lost. She lost for a number of different reasons, but that's why she lost. She has bad political instincts, right? It's kind of like how black cops would oftentimes double down on their copness to kind of prove they're allowed to be there or should be there. It's like that, right? It's like you oftentimes see black people and black women running for office, doubling and tripling down on establishment because they're trying to prove that they're like, yeah, I'm supposed to be here, right? And that is fine up until society changes and the Overton window shifts and you need to actually, be malleable. That's why Kamala Harris lost. That's why Jasmine Crockett lost, right? They doubled and tripled down on establishment and they were unable to read the room of, hey, maybe we should be more progressive, right? And obviously not all black women, because you have like Ayanna Pressley, you have Ilhan Omar, you have Cori Bush, right? But like, I'm sorry, Jasmine Crockett should not be in that conversation. She's not progressive, right? She wasn't a member of the squad. She was establishment. And that's an L. Rashida's not a black woman, but I think. Pretty sure. I don't know. Maybe she has black in her. Yeah, Summer Lee. Summer Lee is a good one as well.
against that. I'm here to stand against that. 9 persons have been killed since September by ICE agents. That's not accidental. That's a trend. That's a pattern that has been set up by the environment created by a rogue White House with a Congress that won't hold that White House accountable. But I'm here to hold that.
Yeah, he can speak. I'm sorry. It's that church in me. I love the pastor cadence. I think it's so powerful. It's very powerful. I also love how it has evolved since like Martin Luther King, right? Because it's very similar. You can hear very similar annotations, but like it's distinct in a way that feels modern. I think it's cool. I think it works. And when they're actually being radical, it works. And then now comparing that to like evangelical mega churches.
Up on the screen, you guys. The leader was killed.
Why does he talk like Gary Vee? I'm sorry.
Saturday. All right? Saturday was the year 1407 for Islam. Okay? You can look at the Gregorian calendar. It's 2026, February 28th. Do you see this? It was the 9th month. It was the 9th month of Islam. The Iranian leadership was killed on the 11th day, 9/11.
What is happening, bro? Bro, white people are so funny. We did 9/11 to them. And people were like, yeah. All right. Okay. Sure. How did you even find this? You have to like just go to ChatGPT and was like, please just give me something. How do you even like? I don't even know, bro. I don't even know. I have no idea. Anyway, yeah, I'd rather have this guy. Hot take, baby. I'd rather have this guy than some of these people. Also, like, it's kind of popping off with his new account. He spoke on the converting the war on blackness too. Okay, that's what an interesting blazer.
So we have a white supremacist house now where the Klan is basically unleashed and have declared war on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And let's be real, it's not just DEI. Let's substitute DEI for black. There's a war on blackness that is happening in this country because there is a determination with Project 2025 to take us back to pre-1955. Yeah, they want segregation. They want Jim and Jane Crow. This is Jim and Jane Crow 2.0. And my sisters and brothers, we have experienced, here it is, the earthquake. But it's not just the earthquake, it's the tsunami. It's the waves that we are continuing to deal with. And in light of that, my sisters and brothers, I said on this first Sunday in Black History Month.
That older. I mean, yeah, because it's practice. Like they don't just, come out the womb speaking like this, chat. They go to like religious school, if you will. They do apprenticeships under other churches and other pastors. And yeah, it's training, right? It is you learn how to speak like this. Got seminary, yeah. Basically, essentially, right? But it's like residency for doctors. You know what I mean? You have to like apprentice, and then you go to underneath like a child church, like the parent church, and then you get your own congregation and your own thing, and that's basically becoming the doctor, getting your freaking scrubs. As a doctor, which is also very cool. Yeah, it's gonna be me one day, chat. You're gonna see me after I stop streaming in like 20 years, a doctor. And I'll be the president. It's like starting from bronze. Yeah, it is. Essentially. And a pastor. I don't know about all that. Professor, politician, pastor. Is it sacrilegious to pastoralize and to preach about Power Rangers on stage? There's an overlap between Power Rangers and Jesus. I can find one. I mentioned you to Chris Smalls. W, you met Chris Smalls? I met Chris Smalls back in the day. You have almost 800 in your congregation right now. That's true. Charlie Kirk was one day after Charlie Kirk got kirked. Oh, who has it? I don't know if I saved it. Oh, here it is. What is the Holy Trinity if not the spiritual Megazord? Honestly, I can't disagree with you. I can't disagree with you. That's true. That's true. It's in the Bible.
We live in a nation.
I want to finish this. Hold on.
We are going to have the blackest Black History Month in the history of Black history. So we
W.
Where twisted, toxic theology is poisoning the politics of this nation. Have you thought about the fact that this week in Utah, a white Christian got killed by a white Christian? And then the next day, HBCUs were under threat. Now, how did we get in it?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Okay, I like this guy. How did we get in it? What do we do?
I mean, that's called white on white crime. You came the wrong Sunday if you thought I'm sorry, I see y'all are real sophisticated and you look really good. I hope they warned you about me, okay? Because on this Sunday...
Wait, we've seen this before. Hold on, we've seen this before. I remember him saying this. We looked at this before.
I'm sorry, I see y'all are real sophisticated and
I love him addressing the few white people that he has at the front of the pews. You know what I mean? He's like, listen, I'm not talking about y'all white people, but I'm talking about white people. He is DEI inclusive, 100%.
I hope they warned you about me, okay? Because on this Sunday, we gonna keep it 100. On this Sunday, we gonna tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. And so here they are. Here they are. In Utah. It's more of us in church than in Utah. We ain't got nothing to do with what they just did. A white Christian gets killed, murdered, not assassinated. We're going to tell the whole truth today. Martin King got assassinated. Malcolm X got assassinated. Medgar X got assassinated. Don't compare Kirk to King. Ain't no such comparison now. Let me hasten to say, I'm anti-political violence. Kirk should still be alive. I don't agree with the time with anything Kirk said. What Kirk said was dangerous. What Kirk said was racist, rooted in white supremacy, nasty, and hate-filled. But he still should be alive. He still should be playing with his kids. He still should be experiencing the love with his wife. He still should be experiencing life.
Love.
As he saw it. I don't want anybody, please hear me well, anybody to be victimized by political violence when I'm going to keep it a buck. Because one of the things that gets me, and we got some politicians in here, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to come for you if you ever say this. If you ever say, America, we better than this, you lying. lying.
He's like calling the politicians out too. They ain't coming back. They ain't coming back. See the soldiers from Iowa they announced dead. I did see.
Yes. America was born in political violence. America committed political violence during the slave trade. America committed political violence when black bodies hung as strange fruit on southern trees. America committed political violence against the Irish, against the Italians before they became white. America committed political violence when America passed Jim and Jane Crow laws. What do you think political violence was? Political violence when they bombed and massacred Black Wall Street, when they massacred Rosewood, when they massacred whites and blacks in Wilmington, North Carolina. Well, what do you think political violence is?
I mean, he's well read, at the very least.
Martin being killed, that's political violence. John Kennedy being killed, political violence. Robert Kennedy being killed, political violence. And you gonna say we better than this? No, you can't fix what you won't face until you look in the mirror and say this is a violent country that has done violence to too many people. We will never get our act together. It's time to repent, because if my people,
not Malcolm. No, he mentioned Malcolm.
Humble themselves and pray, turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven, forgive their sin, and heal the land. So now we better than this. No, we ain't.
I mean, there's something in the black church that has obvious issues. Trust me. Oh, I'm well aware. But like, as a organizing force, like, it's very very useful. But when it's bad, it's it's the same as a white church in those instances, right? But when it's good, it's good. You feel me? It's actually convincing and powerful, yeah. So, W. And we have him on October 8th, bro. October 8th, defending Palestinians and calling out Israel. Who was doing that? I'm sorry. Not Graham Platner. I'm so sorry. Not Graham Platner. Graham Platner wasn't doing that. Caroline Kwan? Well, Caroline Kwan was doing it on the 7th as well. Respect to Caroline. Right? But obviously we were doing it, Chad. But like, did he win? Yes, he won. Can we stop talking about him? Will you always have to wag Graham Platner? I do. He's coming on stream. We'll make that happen. Yeah, I think Hassan's stream is gonna look very different in 2 years. Is that just me, chat? I think Hassan's stream is going to look extraordinarily different in 2 years. Who could have heard? No, I meant like in like the structure of it. Different why? As in, I think it'll be a little bit more buttoned up in a way. But it'll be more of like a political launching ground. Has it changed in the last 5 years? 100%. He says the same stuff, but like the structure of the stream is different. No more fun. Probably shorter and more streamlined. I mean, the streams have already gotten shorter, so it has changed in that way, right? Whereas like he used to stream for, I don't know, if y'all weren't watching for a while, you might not know. I don't know if Macy's knows for sure, and like some of the other chatters know. Like Hassan used to stream for 10 hours a day. 10 hours a day, 7 days a week for like 6 months, 1 day off, 6 more months. It used to be really bad. Like extraordinarily bad. He can't do that anymore. He's middle-aged. Right. And so he is streaming less than he used to. It's on his political backing, launching not at this point when it's on. Yeah. And I think you're gonna see. Sorry, I was listening to next. I think you're gonna see more structure. He's just streaming politics for 8 hours and then another live another 8 hours for GTRP. Yeah. The GTRP days were rough. They were fun to watch though. They were fun. I enjoy watching GTRP with the clean boys. I saw him he used to play Valorant, he used to play GTRP, he used to play like story games. He doesn't game anymore. So that's another way it's different. Like I think the gaming he did with Adapt was like the first gaming he's done in like a long time. Like since peak. That was like 3 months ago. Go the Ray Theo Bond situation. I have no idea what that is about. He's reactive fun shows. So yeah, he used to do like 90-day reaction. ABC reporter talked about his stream if you saw it. Yeah. To be fair, those things happened when Biden was president and we weren't bombing the world. No, they were happening a little bit. Not when we were bombing the world, like not since October 7th. I think that was also a change. But it was still bad under Biden for sure. It wasn't good. Saw Piker's popular Twitch stream would most likely be a must stop for 2028ers. Watching them try to figure out how to approach that will be something. Yeah, I think is why I think Tom Steyer is actually a little bit ahead of the curve, mostly because I told him, right? See, all of the candidates will go on Hassan's stream 2028, but the smart ones will come to me first. That's the conclusion. You feel me? That's the conclusion. The smart ones will come to me first. Because I will, you said Tom up. No, I told them what to do. All right? I literally told them what to do. I told them, hey, they didn't even know who, okay, they knew who Hassan was, right? Tom Steyer didn't. Let me leak. I'm leaking it, all right? Sorry, Steyer's team. I'm leaking it, right? Tom Steyer didn't know who Hassan was, all right? His team were aware of them, but they had no idea what Twitch was. They didn't know how it worked. I explained it to them. I was like, listen. And everybody looked at me, and I was just like, all right. If you want to seriously run, you need to get on Hassan's stream. But if you're going to do that, you're going to have to be aware that it's going to be a space that you're uncomfortable in, and you got to prepare yourself. This team, oh, no, this team is young. He did well on a few questions with Gaza Fumble was bad. Yeah, I think his haters got 10x worse in 2023. It made the streams a lot harder to have fun because of the crazies that would dox anyone he played with. I mean, they were bad in 2022 as well with the kick stuff. But yeah, they did get really, really bad. How does the team do not know what Twitch is in the current climate? I mean, nobody knows what Twitch is. Twitch is insanely insular, chatter. Nobody knows what Twitch is. You know? So, as a team of people, I bet the AOC for not using Hassan like a site-wide fire chat. Everyone's something, or every time something happens, she's be writing to Hassan to putting takes out. Yeah, but I do think she's a bit wary of Hassan, and like Twitch in like that space, right? She has her own platform. I think she thinks that's enough. Like, why go to Hassan and why? You know what I mean? She likes Hassan. Yeah, it's not about her liking or not liking Hassan. It's like she has her own platform. She has her own engagement with people. She's get a Twitch. I think that may be part of it. Oh, hold on. Sorry, that was my Amazon. They wanted me to open the door. Do you think Twitch chatter is how actually insular Twitch is the best way to show how easily you can be in a bubble? Yeah. But I mean, I get it, because like Hassan is extraordinarily popular, and so it feels weird to be like, how do you not know this? But Twitch is like, it is new. It's a very new thing, right? Podcasts have been around for a little while, and so it's very easy to be like, okay, you go on freaking, you go on Theo Von, you go on Impulsive, I guess. All I know is Hassan's got to stop letting them do 5-minute interviews every couple of years when it's actually convenient for them thing. I get that, but like Hassan's also trying to build his like legitimacy in a more structured way, which he has some, right? Obviously, but like, you know, having Tom Steyer on like make and build his legitimacy up even further, to get to a point where like you can be selective, to be like, hey, if you want to come on my stream, I need you to do this kind of thing. That's pressure that you're putting on people. Do you think it's a good thing for left in general? I mean, it's a thing that exists, right? And my most cynical take is that this is just Joe Rogan of the left shit. You know, it's good for Hassan and his like his image and his influence. And Hassan's better than like these other podcasters for sure, but it's just Joe Rogan of the left shit. You know. You think his career aspirations has compromised him at all, Hassan or Tom Steyer? Trump on Hassan would be peak content. I don't think so. Hassan, I depends on what you mean by compromised. I don't think Hassan's like positions are compromised. I think he still believes what he believed back then. You know, I don't think his positions have changed. In that way, I do think to be critical in an effort to you know, do what he does. I think sometimes he comes across as like excusing certain politicians and what they do to a certain extent. But that may be just my bias against Grant Platner, which I can acknowledge. You know what I mean? I think Hassan would have a Republican on like he would with Democrats. I think he would have a Republican on, but not in the same way. When you run, you'll be more successful than Steyer in his interview. Yeah, but I'll be running for like a freaking... I don't know what seat I would run for. He's really diehard on Graham. I disagree. I don't think Hassan is diehard on Graham. I think Graham is successful, and so he doesn't want to throw away somebody who is successful. I think it's that simple. He's popular in Maine. He won his race in the primary. I don't think he wants to throw away somebody who's successful. Right? I still like him though. I'll stand on that 10 toes down. I think he sucks. He has a high chance of removing Collins. Yeah. And I could acknowledge. I still hate him though. So I will stand on that 10 toes down. I do think, and this is my actual criticism of Hassan, I think he reduces what Grant Platner has done down. I think he knows better than to do that. Like yesterday, he was talking about Grant Platner as if he was another vet. You know what I mean? Just like another vet who was propagandized into serving. And like, he was like, oh, if you don't understand why people are, you know, or how propaganda works and, you know, how the poverty draft works, you're always going to lose people. But I'm like, yeah, but like, that's not what Grant Platner did. Like, Grant Platner was never like, he never said that he was a part of the poverty draft. He said after 9/11, he wanted to go serve his country. Like, he wanted to do it. And he joined the military. Cause, you know, maybe because of propaganda, sure, but like, it was an active choice on his part. And he stayed in for like years, a decade. And then he left because he saw how bad things were. And then he came back to join Blackwater. Like, what are we talking about here? Like, we can have a conversation about like lesser evil voting and Graham Platner being better than Janet Mills and Susan Collins, right? We can have that conversation without reducing Platner down to being the same as like a black kid in freaking Chicago who parents can't afford to send him to school and he needs to think about joining the army because he won't be able to afford school otherwise, right? his chat is very hostile to vets, so he gets mixed up when defending regular vets. Yeah, but I think he knows better. Both sides do this shit. What do you mean? What both sides? I feel like Platner is more dumb than he is evil, but it doesn't matter because the harm is the same. Yeah, but we're talking about somebody who's going to freaking Congress, you know? He's running for the Senate. The majority of the military join voluntarily because they want to, not in poverty. That's not true. They both reduce him down to him being a vet. I don't think so. I don't think that's a both sides thing. I think people who are anti-Platner are rightfully frustrated by Platner getting a pass. I think there are some people who are like, oh, he's a vet and all vets are bad, right? But like, Ravens are clear, Chad is not. I mean, Chad is an amorphous blob, right? But I don't think the fact that some people are like, oh, he's a vet, therefore he's bad. I don't think that excuses the fact that he did go back to join Blackwater at the age of like 27 years old. You know what I mean? That is a thing that he did. And that is a thing that we have to reckon with and engage with. Like, realistically, he did that thing. You know? And we should be engaging with that. I'm not even saying that people, and I said this before, but I talked about it. I'm not even saying that people in Blackwater can't have changed their mind or came to the correct conclusions, right? But they have to, like, understand the harm that they've caused by doing that, right? And to address that. And I don't see him doing that because he's like running around being like, hoorah, I'm a military vet and I've served this country. You know? And then there's a generation gap, though, with people who became adults during 9/11 era. I have many friends who were fundamentally left, who were so deep in the military because of the patriotism was rampant in the early 2000s. Yeah, and I can understand that, but it doesn't change the harm, right? That doesn't change the harm that it caused. We understand now, with hindsight, that the wars were invalid and unjust. And so you have to now understand that, and you have to understand that people are not going to like you because of that. And it's not like, yes, I understand that people aren't going to like me because of that. It's like, you should love me. And if you don't love me, you're actually a wrecker who's bad for the left. You know what I mean? Like I saw someone in chat who was like spamming, like basically like Platner was a Bernie bro or something and defending Medicare for all while y'all were still watching Ethan Klein. And just like, no, I never watched Ethan. It's the same problem. Right? Because again, I'm not sitting here saying that like nobody can ever a change to this like these with actual criticisms. Yeah, but these people are like silly, you know what I mean? I think putting everybody in the box of like this person that we didn't know ex-military in politics, those people are tainted and brainwashed. Like I don't necessarily agree with this either, right? But putting everybody in the box of having that same criticism, right? I think it does a disservice. I think Hassan knows better. I think y'all know better too. You know what I mean? I think they're building revolutionary vanguard by showing up for 10 hours of Hassan every day. No, I think that like, I don't know. I'm not going to argue on the part of all the chat. Even if the war was wrong though, right? I mean, that doesn't matter. Right? You can understand like, oh, the war is wrong, right? We shouldn't have been there. But he does it from the perspective of like, you let my friends die kind of thing and not, hey, we caused a lot of harm over there. He still centers like his in the American perspective. And he went back. He acknowledged that too before he went back to Blackwater. You know what I mean? He said, man, this war is unjust when he got out. And then he went back to Blackwater. You know what I mean? I think that that has some questions that I'm asking. You feel me? Because he said the same thing he's saying now before he turned around and went back to Blackwater. And I feel like that part is being kind of reduced down to being, oh, that's kind of meaningless, you know? He was older than I was currently right now when he acknowledged that things were bad, and then he went back to Blackwater and joined Blackwater. You ever been stuck in a job though? I never went back to my job where I killed people overseas. No, I didn't do that. And this is the problem, right? He acknowledged He acknowledged that we shouldn't be over there and what we were doing is wrong after getting a Nazi tattoo. And then he went back. Is that not cause for a little bit of questioning? Am I wrong to question that? To be like, hey, why did that happen? What's going on there? He wanted to make sure that it was wrong. Yeah. It's just like, I don't know. I have concerns, right? Because at the same time he was being a Bernie bro, he went back to work at Blackwater. You know what I mean? Did Platner ever regrets for any of his military past? I mean, he says we shouldn't have been there. He doesn't regret it. I think he said very clearly he doesn't regret it. But like he's saying that we shouldn't have been there, right? Which is like, it's something, I guess. Right? He's like a quarter of the way to being like an actual like true like anti-war positioning veteran. Does he say he's proud? Yes, and that's my problem. He's very hoorah, I was in the military, 10-year Army Marine vet, I did that, right? And I'm proud of my service, but also, you know, we shouldn't have been there. But also, I went back after I understand and acknowledge that to join the worst version of the military. You know what I mean? As of lately, he's been putting in the work to combat ICE and joining community defense groups and donating immigrant community organizers. Yeah, but again, people keep saying this, but like, I'm sorry, so is 90% of the country. 90% of the country is against ICE. You know what I mean? We're up to like 80% of the country that's against Israel. This is not, people are using this to be like, see, look, he's the guy. And I'm like, no, he's just, right now, he's like status quo at this point. Maybe a little bit better than status quo, but he's not like radical. He's not a radical. He's not. Like there are freaking Republicans who are freaking anti-ICE now at this point. He's doing rapper's response. No, that's pretty positive. Again, that's most of the country at this point. If he was doing shit like this 2 years ago, it would be something. Under Democratic administration, that would also be something. But that's not like, it's not radical. It's positive, but it's not radical. And people are pretending that him doing things that are positive is him being radical. Right? He's like a radical progressive. He's like a staunch leftist. He's not a fucking socialist. I don't think he needs to be radical, to be honest. Then people need to stop pretending like he's radical. People are positioning this guy to be like the president in 2028. You know what I mean? He needs to stop. We need to stop pretending like he's radical. Pretending like he's the guy. He's the standard for what we need to be in the left. Like he's not. That's my only problem. And it's because he's a white guy. He's a white guy who has a military background, who has this optic persona of a, rough and tumble white main guy. That's really it. That's it. That's why people like him. It's still Joe Rogan of the left shit, right? It's how do we appeal to white men? It's who can be our champion in the fight against white men. It's the same exact thing. It's the same thing. So Hassan said Grant is our savior. I never said Hassan said that. It's a weird state. People are shut and left wing at the same time. Platner is an example of that. Side note, my parents grew up with Janet Mills and they hate her. That's not surprising. Right? And this is separate than because he's going to win. Anyway, it doesn't matter. He's going to win. Right? Maine obviously likes him. But that's not the point. The point is not like, is he popular? Right? Because yeah, because I think a lot of people, right? A lot of people are like, oh, because somebody is popular, right? We need to support them and it's good and valid. But people don't understand that popularity and electability in this country is still based on foundationally white supremacy, right? So when you're like, oh no, we need this guy because he's popular, right? Because he's electable. What you're saying is we need to adhere to the status quo of whiteness in order to appeal to that status quo, in order to garner power for something in the future. Right? It's why I disagree with people who said Jasmine Crockett was bad because she can't like appeal to anybody but black women or black people. And I'm like, but that's white supremacy. You know what I mean? You're just saying that, like, you're just engaging with white supremacy. You know what I mean? And that's bad. Right? Jasmine Crockett is bad for other reasons. I don't think that was true. That's true. Her policies were just Trump bad. But people said that. I'm saying it because there's a thing that I saw with my own eyes. Right? And that's the entire, and that's why I hate the electability conversation, right? It's like, oh, well, these people are not electable, right? That's what liberals are also doing that with Gavin Newsom. People are like, oh, we need Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom is electable. Yeah, no, you want him because he's a white man. You think he can appeal to other white men instead of actually leaning on the policies that are actually popular. Like, there are dozens, if not hundreds, of black and brown people who are more radical than Graham Platner. Right? But they're not getting called to be president in 2028. You know what I mean? They're not ushered to the front of the movement to be a spokesperson for us. His 1992 was kind of radical. That's true as well. Which I didn't even bring up in this entire conversation. Ain't that kind of crazy? Bro has so many controversies, I couldn't even bring them all up at the one time. I would like to know whether he went back to Blackwater. As would I, but I can't ask that question because, you know, you're the perfect is the enemy of good or something or whatever. I don't know. I'm the bad guy for asking. Hey, let's just ask the question as to like why he went back to Blackwater after acknowledging that it's bad. Because here's the point. Here's the take. This is the take, chat. If he understood and acknowledged that military intervention and American imperialism is bad before he went to Blackwater and still went back to Blackwater and still went and joined Blackwater, what evidence does he have that he's not going to renege on any of the policies that he stands for right now? If he understands that Blackwater is bad and that military and expansion of American enterprise is bad, and he still went to join Blackwater despite knowing that, what evidence am I supposed to believe that he's not going to sell us out when he gets in office? That he won't be another Fetterman? It's all based on trust and hope that he doesn't flip. And that's fine, but I think people are allowed to question that trust and hope without being made as public enemy number one. Right? And I think somebody at any point should stop dick riding him, right? And just ask him his freaking question. He's not had a genuine, real contentious interview where somebody asked him these things. Candidates Fetterman right now, I disagree. Neither of them can be Fetterman because neither of them are in office, personally. But I don't see Graham Platner as meaningfully different. They both had red flags, very clear and open red flags, as Fetterman did before being elected. But people had trust and hope that they wouldn't change with it, when he was elected in the first place. You should get tough questions like Steyer did. To be fair, I still haven't watched it. I see Platner as Tulsi. Tulsi also sucks. Oh, which one is he, Tulsi or Fetterman? I feel like if we've gotten to the place where we have to choose between having another Tulsi or having a Fetterman, we are in the bad place. We've lost already. We've lost. He also isn't anti-imperialist. He's anti-pointless war. So he felt like he could profit from a war. What is his policy positions that would stop him from joining the war? That is also a question that I would ask. I didn't say she did. I didn't say you said that she didn't. Right. I'm just saying that like we were in a bad positionality. If like if both Kat and Graham are the best that we have to offer. It's kind of looking like Platner now. I think they just have different levels of bad, right? Platner's problems are in his history and his past that people can look look for and look towards. And Kat has a lot of stuff in her recent campaign that are just not good. Oh my goodness, what is she doing? Ugh. I feel like I wouldn't worry too much about Kat too much. She had a bad opinion on Taiwan, China, and was acting like she said, "I love Israel," but that's just me. I mean, her take was bad. It was bad. It wasn't good. You know what I mean? It wasn't good. But again, if you feel as though that she's better than the alternative, it's not. It's the same "let's people voting" thing. You know? I'm gonna take it out of 100 ain't bad, but again, the bar than hell. But again, I find it the same thing as same "let's people voting" thing. So I don't know what's your dog's name. That's Nick's. People need to never forget that Kat is Palestinian, and they forgive other white boys. Why not her? What is his Instagram post? Oh, yeah, I will take a look at it. But like, that's my take on Graham Platner. It always comes back to Graham. Or a bad Palestinian chat. I don't think Kat is a is a bad Palestinian. Kat wants to go to war with China. Well, Biden wants to normalize relations with China. No Democrat is saying this, by the way. That's not true. That's not the case. The State Department's position is normalize relations with China. That's what makes Kat's position just horrifically bad. You know what I mean? Because like that's what the current State Department position is, right? It's like, yo, let's not stoke let's not stoke war with China. That is crazy. That is insane. let's just chill out a little bit, right? And also, Grandpa didn't even have like a great take with China. He just said we need to be cooperative more than competitive, which is fair and true, but it's not expressly radical. You know what I mean? It's pretty booktales, and it's fine. You feel me? It's chill. It's okay. for Buttigieg's Medicare for who wants it plan, where exactly is this progressive legend? I mean, she's on the ground. Like, again, you can criticize Kat's position, like, but she's on the ground. And to be entirely fair, she's on the ground more than Graham Platner is. She goes to protest. She puts her body on the line. Graham Platner stands in snow and is like, this is what I believe. His policies are better, for sure. But it's not like Kat's like a conservative. What are we talking about here? What are we talking about? There's a reason why she got a lot of success to begin with. For every cat hate we added Platner. I'm sorry, I have to do it. You know what I mean? There are liberal wine out there out organizing a lot of people, which is kind of insane. That's one body on the ground. How is she any different than anyone else? How is Platner any different than anybody else? Like, this is what I'm saying. It's the same thing. I'm not like a cat stan. Graham Platner's on the ground, though. I mean, not particularly. I'm for tossing them both out. Me too, bro. I'm right there with you. I'm for tossing them both out. I just don't think you can be like, oh no, Graham Platner is our guy, but be like, oh no, Kat, nah, get her out of here. Get her out of here. Bro, people were like, Graham is our guy, fuck AOC. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I will take AOC any day over any day than freaking Graham Platner, if I'm being entirely real. Graham Platner gets away with just having no background. It's like Trump drained the swamp. You know what I mean? Trump in 2016 was like drain the swamp. He didn't have any background, so there was nothing he can point to be like, yeah, yeah, it's bad, right? He doesn't have any like any voting record to criticize. He doesn't have any like he's seen as an outsider. You know what I mean? He's seen as like a mover and shaker who can shake things up, kind of thing. And he's in Maine, which people don't really care about that much. GCI because she has an ex-CIA professor, but Blackwater is cool because do working with Blackwater. Let's be serious, people. Can you all agree that we shouldn't like politicians at all? Like, they're not our friends. They don't pay our rent. Yeah, people say that, but you like politicians. You people like politicians and just don't want to admit it. I'm the only true person who doesn't like any politician. Again, I said it before. I said it earlier, right? Like, I said it months ago. I said, I will not endorse people, but if you only do good things, I will only talk about you positively. And if you only do bad things, I'll talk about you negatively. And whatever that ratio ends up being is what it ends up being. Right, so Zohran Mamdani got pretty much complete positive coverage from me because he only did positive things. Positive, good things. Right? Graham Platner gets almost unilateral negative coverage from me because he was in Blackwater. I'm sorry. Right? And Kat gets the smoke too because of her shitty bad China take. He did a few bad things and we called him out for those. Yeah, positive, most positive, which is a relief. Yeah. Here you go. Here you go, Dougie. Here. I got her a new rope, by the way. You wanna play? Go get it. Go get it. Go get it. Excuse me. Anyway, I cannot stand the Graham Platner conversation. Right? Because again, and this is my problem. It's like, I'm willing to entertain the idea of Graham Platner being different and changing. But people, for some reason, have this aversion to even asking somebody if they change. And they did it. It's the same people who did it with Ethan Klein. I know it for a fact. It's the same people who did it for Ethan Klein. When I was in freaking September of 2023, right? When I was saying, hey, can we just see if Ethan Klein believes different things now or if he's changed? And people were like, No, you can't ask that question. You're being a wrecker if you're asking that question. How dare you? How dare you? The left keeps eating itself. And I'm just like, I just want to know if he's changed. He's like, no, how dare you? How dare you? And then Ethan Klein, 2 months later, started to pop off and being crazy. And there are a bunch of people who were doing the surprise Pikachu face who were like, how could this have happened? How could this have happened? Oh, really? How could this have happened? Maybe if we, I don't know, questioned them earlier, instead of just unilaterally throwing support behind them, we would have kind of gotten to this position in the first place.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
Desandra 234 just subscribed.
Desandra, thank you for the 3 months.
Have you seen Hila's current Instagram
I have not
stories?
seen Hila's current Instagram stories.
It'll blow your mind.
I'm pretty sure they're crying about a son or something. With Fetterman, if we looked, we would have seen he was always pro-Israel to the bone. Yeah, but again, people have this perception that power is just how many politicians you get in office, right? And I understand why they think that, right? It feels nice. You have somebody who is supposedly on the left in office. Cool, sick, awesome, amazing, right? But like, you have Gavin Newsom out here being pro-Israel. Is Gavin Newsom a leftist now? Are we just supposed to accept this heel turn and be like, yep, he's our guy? Or do we question to see if he's actually, you know, if he actually stands for these things that he's saying? You know, do we ask this question and be like, hey, let's see if you actually believe this. Let's see if you actually stand by this to test to see whether or not he's genuine. So Nix is going crazy. Do they have a link to the Gavin thing? Oh, here. I have this one. Hey. I think support them politically is just a matter of being strategic and not enjoyed by the person of their past. What do you mean by support them politically? Like just dick riding them and any criticism of them just gets met with vitriol? Is that what you mean? Because that's what's happening now. That's what's happening with Graham Platner. It's not just, oh, I'm supporting him politically because it's advantageous. It's like, no, this is our fucking guy. If you don't like him, get the fuck out. That's what's being said. Currently, right now. It's important to question the Senate candidates because they'll turn the Fetterman. There's nothing we can do for 6 years. Yeah. Charles and Assange stream last night were arguing that Graham Platner is the most progressive politician in Dems at the moment. That he should run for president in 2028. Like, exactly. Which is insane. That is it. He's not even the most progressive person on the East Coast. What are we talking about? He's all right, bro. He's okay. Girlie, come on. Hey, girl. Good job, girl. Good job, my see. Good job. She didn't see it coming. Jeez Louise. The Fetterman thing is kind of funny because, like, yeah, let's candidates or are just gonna have a struggle to become evil. Okay, Fetterman did not become evil because he had a stroke. If we're being entire. It's a meme and a joke. Fetterman was always pro-Israel. He's always bad on Israel. He was always bad at Israel. Rashida Summer in Hog Code clear. Yeah, 100%. It didn't help. I mean, yeah, it didn't help for sure. But like he was pro-Israel. You know, but people kind of let that slide because, oh, somebody with like progressive policies in Congress, yes, please. I think people mean in races right now. I mean, even that's not true. They're positioning him to be the president. That's not even what they're talking about. I don't believe it. Now we're struck truthers. You can't silence us. You're right. My bad. Here, does anyone have a link to this? Is there a video of this? I'm pretty sure there's a video of this. Let me see if I can find it.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist.
Okay. You think of it 12 months.
No.
Much appreciated.
Rap Daddy OO just subscribed. W Sean always right, but too soon SMDA.
You mentioned
This is my take. This is what always what my take is going to be. If you want to support Graham Platner, you can support Graham Platner. I don't care, right? I'm not in. I said this 8 months ago when I first did this campaign, right? I'm not in Maine. I don't have a say, but I don't think you can reduce Graham Platner down to just being another vet who regrets his service. Really annoys me that Platner supporters don't address the fact that it's problems in Iraq were the American victims. Exactly. It still centers the American perspective, but they don't have a problem with it because a lot of them think that way too, right? They think that like, oh, well, that'll work with Americans, right? That is good messaging that'll work with Americans, and not, hey, what about the lives of the Iraqis that you murdered and killed? Like you gotta think about that. It's not just like this is bad for Americans. We shouldn't have been there, and my friends died. Like that's cool. That's good for galvanizing Americans, sure, but that doesn't do anything to address the concerns that we as leftists have about him and his service. Does that make sense? And he still needs to address that if he wants the support from people like me and people who are wary. But they're being met with like, yeah, how dare you? Have you never faced propaganda or whatever? Like, I'm sorry, I talked about this consistently before, but like, I, more than probably most of like Hassan's chat, right, am very keenly aware of the way that young people can be propagandized into and coaxed into service. You know what I mean? I talked about my experience with recruiters and how I was basically kidnapped out of school to go sign up for the military. Right? I didn't do it, right? But in a parallel universe, maybe I signed that on the dotted line, and that became my life at that point, right? I also wouldn't have went back and joined Blackwater, but that's just me, right? So I am aware, and I understand the poverty draft as it exists. I understand how young people can be propagandized into serving, right? I get all of that, right? But one, Platner was not a victim of the poverty draft. You know what I mean? He himself said that he felt like he was born to be a soldier and he joined the war on terror because he felt like that was the American thing to do. Right? That was the choice that he made. Still can be propagandized, but he wasn't the poverty draft. And he stayed in, got a Nazi tattoo while he was in there in Croatia, and got out because he saw how bad things were, and then went back to join Blackwater. Blackwater aside, the propaganda. I mean, okay, you can't do there's no Blackwater aside. That's not a thing, chatter. That's not a thing, personally. And again, sure, we can say like, yeah, he faced with propaganda. Sure, that does not change the fact that Blackwater is the main point of contention here, and it wasn't the poverty draft. So I think people who are just like, oh, you guys just hate growing your coalition. You need these people in your coalition, and it's like, again, the conversation is not about Graham Platner being in the coalition. It's about Graham Platner being one of the leaders of the coalition. You are pushing for him to be the president. You know what I mean? He wanted to change Blackwater for the inside. He wasn't smiling, working for a private military contractor more than once after deciding to get a Nazi tattoo. And also deciding that he understands why he was there and that was bad. And since someone is being annoying, they just repeat the following lines about the Abu Ghraib in 2005. I mean, at this point, I don't care. I was commenting on you saying you faced propaganda young age in the military. I don't know anything about the Blackwater stuff. That's the entire point of contention. That's the entire conversation. That's it. That's the point. The propaganda is only a small piece of it, which I acknowledge that he was faced with. Is the possibility of Talarico is just as much of a risk as Platner? No. I think Talarico is going to be exactly what we think he is, which is going to be, you know, milquetoast, a moderately populist candidate. That's got to be. That's it. So, maybe Andy Bashir type? Maybe, but we'll see. Was he employee of Palantir or something? 80 fascist tats? I mean, he got money from Miriam Alderson like a while ago, but like that's, I think he'll be fine. He'll be okay. In general, opposing ICE and being okay with the U.S. Army is U.S. exceptionalism. There's no chance somebody like Hassan will be okay with an ex-ICE agent being elected, right? No, I wouldn't say that. I think you know, depending on the context, I can see that being fine. Right. I also think that people don't understand. Graham Platner only apologized for this on the campaign trail. You know what I mean? Like, this is literally came from like probably close to like 10 months of him gaining notoriety and then apologizing for each successive thing that came out successively. And people were just wanting to be like, okay, just accept it. He said I'm sorry. You have to accept it. I'm just like, I don't know about all that, bro. Like if Gavin Newsom started saying right now that he was super sorry, right? Israel bad. Do you think that like these same leftists would be like Gavin Newsom's the president, make him the president in 10 months? Honestly, maybe. Or would it be like, I don't know if I believe him because of his history and his past, you know, and he has to prove himself that, you know, he actually will stand by what he's saying. That's how I view it. If Gavin Newsom from right now until the election changed his mind, I would still side-eye him. You know? I would side-eye, is he being genuine by this? And I think most people would be also side-eye him, right? Be like, I don't know if he's actually being genuine. You know what I mean? Like they'd have to prove it. But now imagine in a year from now, these same people are screaming at you for even criticizing Gavin Newsom, being like, no, he's going to be the president, suck it up. You know what I mean? Again, people can change. People can change. People can come to new conclusions. And I understand that. Right? But I think one, people have a right to you know, be critical of that change. And two, they have to demonstrate that they actually will stand by that change. And until they do that, I think people are valid to be like, I don't know how I feel about this. And again, that's before going to being a part of Blackwater. I don't know. That's my line. My line is just Blackwater. I don't know if that's crazy of me. Crockett won? No. Crockett lost. Let's see what Gavin Newsom is saying here.
In the You mentioned the shifting explanations and rationales that are coming out of the White House. Yesterday, Marco Rubio pretty explicitly said that the timing of the operation was based on planning by Israel. He basically said, we knew that the Israelis were going to strike Iran, which meant Iran would strike back against our bases in the region, which means the U.S. had to preempt the response, I guess, and bomb the Iranians first. What did you make of that explanation? And then a lot of Democrats have looked at the Netanyahu regime and felt like, you know what, we don't like the trajectory he's on. It's time to rethink the U.S. relationship with Israel, especially military support.
Well,
where do you
he's
stand?
making that easy right now.
This
Let's
line
talk
where Kristen
about
turned
that.
into Dance Song for Eternity, though. Not really. It's been a year. It's been 10 months. Nobody's saying damn, some people may be saying damn Platner for all eternity. But like, it's been 10 months, bro. It's been 10 months. People have a right to be upset for longer than 10 months about this former 10-year Army Marine who joined Blackwater with Nazi tattoos, in my personal opinion. This is the same way white people act about freaking like the N-word and people who say slurs. You know what I mean? It's like, man, why does like he may have said a slur yesterday, but he apologized for it. Do you want to just throw him away forever? Like, I don't know. People are right to be a little bit upset, slightly, I guess. Is it even about Platners or broad criticism of some people's approach and how they hold the power over someone forever? Yeah, but like, okay, fucking Obama, you know what I mean? Bombing hospitals in the Middle East, you know what I mean? Like, people hold that over Obama, you feel me? If Obama came out and said, I'm super sorry, would that change? Joe Biden, who facilitated the genocide, if that person came out and said, I'm so sorry, would that change? Like, people have a right to have critiques.
I was about to go get the Henny.
People have a right to honestly, to hold grudges to a certain extent. Right? At a certain point, yes, your harm does eclipse you trying to atone for that until that atonement happens. I don't know what this is about. It's about like the idea that like some people are just like, oh, well, you can never change. And like, that's like the problem. Like those 5 people or whatever, to be entirely clear, that's not like a lot of people. They just have a different line than you do, right? Somebody who is like, I don't forgive Graham Platner is not saying Graham Platner could never change and should never be forgiven. They just have a different line than what you think it is, right? You may think that his 10-month campaign kind of sidestepping these issues is him looking for accountability, and I can think otherwise. I can never forgive him. I wonder why that is, Iraqi Mo. I have no idea why you would never forgive him. You have to accept that some people will hold things in their mind forever. You can do things. Others will not forget. It's part of growing and regulating yourself, your own self. Yeah. Yeah, like there is a threshold of how evil you can do and what points like where I will ever forgive you. Like that's God's job at this point. We're talking about forgiving our mercenaries who likely did war crimes here. That like he insulted your mom years ago. Yeah. Yeah. And people who think that that's like sacrilegious to like hold that like honestly, I think reasonable grudge. Like, would we believe this? Is Bad Apanada adjacent tree and so much overlap? No, fuck Bad Apanada. I stand on that too. 10 toes down. I'm the only person with the correct take. Everyone else has bad takes. I was getting that. I was just make it very clear. That people develop a sense of electoral realism, and it ends up making them throw away any principles for the sake of appealing to some idealized normie person. And that's fine, right? If we're being honest about what that is. You know? Oh, excuse me. Even if they have bad takes, they don't have bad takes they stole from you. True. But no, I just don't like the idea of people yelling at like victims, ostensibly victims, right? Who's, you know, were victimized by this person and be like, you must forgive him or else you are bad for the left. Will we accept that if there was like an American citizen who volunteered with the IDF, who comes back next year and is running for Congress and is like, yeah, Israel is bad. Are we going to chastise a Palestinian for being like, I don't know if I'm going to support that person? You know what I mean? They would know shade. I mean, maybe, but like, I'm not going to chastise somebody who's a Palestinian who's like, yeah, I think that that's bad, and I don't like this person. That's my take. I'm not even saying that they shouldn't win or we shouldn't support them or any of that, right? I have my own thoughts about that. But like, I'm just saying that like, I think chastising the people who are like, hey, I'm not going to support that person, it's weird. Like, these are the victims. These are people who are victimized by Platner and that person in the theoretical, hypothetical land where they were the perpetrators. But people are positioning Platner as he's small bean. Oh, he's a small bean guy. You don't understand. He's small bean. Like, no. He was a part of Empire. Am I crazy? You don't sound like people who are mad at Hassan for not potentially voting for Newsom. Yeah, it's pretty similar. They fully agree. My whole point was that people don't understand Hassan will always speak from an electoralist position, so they choose to get mad at it. Like, you have the only correct take. I don't know. I feel insane. Be realistic because he's the man running for office. People can say no and dislike him. People have to stop begging for others to copy him along with them. Yeah. And if I want to say he was a part of Blackwater every time he gets brought up, gosh darn it, I have a right to say so. Also, yeah, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Much appreciated. That's it. That's my take. I have a right to say it, and I will be saying it. Anyway, let's talk about Gavin Newsom, I guess. I also think black people don't tip. Yeah, that's another thing. And honestly, that's where, like, not 90%. I'll say that's where a good 35% of my grudge comes from. Because he apologized barely for basically everything except for that. He still thinks black people don't tip. So I'm sorry. I'm not in Maine, so fuck Graham Platner. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, actually. I stand on that. Fuck him. But that's not a deal breaker for other people. So, I don't know. I don't care about it, but I tweets. Oh, don't tell me. Is he a real life Peacemaker? Nah, Peacemaker is actually kind of cool.
You mentioned the shifting.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. We're back again. I know I'm still on Graham Platner, but this is so weird for people to do. People were like, "Oh, well, his old Reddit posts, you know, he was a socialist back then. He apologized for it." You can't say he was a socialist on Reddit because he apologized for it. He apologized for being a socialist on Reddit before he apologized for saying black people don't tip, bro. He apologized for being a socialist on Reddit before he apologized for saying black people don't tip. And people get mad at me. People get mad at me for saying he's not a socialist. They're like, no, have you seen his Reddit post? Apparently you haven't. Because he was also on Reddit defending his Blackwater tenure. So you're simultaneously taking some of his Reddit posts as fact, where he was saying he was a socialist, even though he apologized for that. But you won't take the ones where he actually defended joining Blackwater in the first place. And that's not facts. But he also had not apologized for saying black people don't tip. He's still walking around here thinking black people don't tip. Show me where Graham Platner talks to a black person. Please, someone show it to me. I only see him around white people. Maybe I'll change my mind if you show me Graham Platner actually talking to a black person. And playing games with Trihex does not count. If that's Maine, then fuck him. He doesn't need my support anyway. And I'm allowed to be mad at him. And I'm allowed to be like, he's dumb and stupid. That's my take. That's it. If there are no black people in Maine, therefore he doesn't need to talk to black people, therefore it doesn't matter, I can say whatever I want to say because it doesn't matter anyway. You know what I mean? So leave me be. Fuck Graham Platner. 10 toes down. And I'm sorry. It's just like, I wasn't even like anti-Graham Platner before this entire thing happened, right? I can go back and look at my my VOD from 8 months ago. And all I said was literally like, hey, I hope he's going to be good, and that was it. Right? That's what I said back then. That's what I said back then. But every time I get people defending Graham Platner to me, you know what I mean? I'm just like, it gets worse. It gets worse. I get more anti-Platner the more people try to yell at me for being anti-Platner. And I will double and triple down. You're not even like rooting against him. You're just not celebrating him. Not like you're calling for a Republican. Yeah, but and this was crazy. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm getting heated. But like, bro, people are like, you want Janet to win. You want not Janet, but you want Susan Collins to win. And you're just like, what are you freaking K-hivers, bro? What the fuck's wrong with you people? Are you Kamala Harris stands? What is this upside down limbo world we're doing here? Where if you have critiques of the politicians, you want the Republican to win. What are we talking about? It's just insane, bro. Was the issue with the person who's just liking any progressive candidate or elected anyway? It's not like they're organizing for Janet Mills or Susan Collins. Not according to the people who are pro Graham Platner. I'm sorry. Is this Hunger Games Susan Collins? No, it's a different Susan Collins. Same name though. I can't. That's my take. If you know what's good for you, you would just not mention Graham Platner in my presence. That's it. That's it. Another thing? No, there's not another thing. There's not another thing. I don't know. It's a part in the same reason why I'm mad about this is the same reason I was upset about like the Dean Withers conversation as well. It's just that people want their white guy champion savior. That's it. They don't want to admit it, but that's why people want. They want their own white guy champion savior. And they think that this white guy is going to save the left. For some reason. And I wish people were honest about that. Just say you think that because he's white, he can appeal to white people better. And so you want him to be like, I don't know, freaking president or something. I don't know. Just say it. I would at least respect it a little bit more if we were just more open about that. I don't know if I'm crazy. He's just a chud. The funniest part is that he's fine. But he's not radical. He's not like insanely progressive or anything. He's okay. He's exactly what needs to exist for this moment, but he's not anything more. Right? He's like, yeah, ICE is bad. Cool. No more foreign wars. Cool. Like he has the positions that are popular with people. Cool. Awesome. Amazing. He's just better than Mills, so I'll vote for him. Did you vote for Kamala Harris, Shatter? 5 down on the ranked choice. Okay, that's not fair.
I live like a
for the
capitalist
right
every
choice
single day,
voters,
Shank.
bro.
I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
Snassus Gilton just subscribed. SDABL.
Outplayed. You know what? That is fair. Obviously, remain go ahead, but why do we have to care? That's my take, bro. And I will never let him forget his Blackwater tenure until I feel it's been properly addressed. Because I still don't think it has been. There's a chatter who was like, look at this VOD or whatever. But they said they couldn't link, so I don't know where it is. But they said that he did address it. I've not seen him address it adequately. If somebody has it, we'll take a look at it. Maybe another Fetterman or just a box standard rotating villain. I don't know. I think he'll get in and do exactly what he didn't say he would do. Right? He said he would do a few things, which is like, okay, fine. But like he also has not addressed a lot of things. Which is one like thing that I think he does well, which is like he doesn't talk about his worst issues. He never takes responsibility or even says that he changed after getting it. He routinely denies any harm around it. Yeah. I still haven't heard any good explanation for the time in Blackwater. Yeah, that's kind of the point. It's kind of crazy. It was just I was in the military. I saw things I didn't like, and so I left. And then I joined Blackwater, and then I saw things I didn't like, so I left. And I'm like, okay. You have to check back again, spin the block one more time just to see. Honestly, I would have respected more people just like, I could not believe my eyes. If 10 million fireflies. So I had to go check again. Maybe I like to go after Platner. They really don't understand positions. Yes, I like the anti-war guy more than the pro-war guy. He's not anti-war! He's anti-pointless wars! I'm sorry. I don't agree with this. He's not anti-war, bro. He's anti-pointless wars. He's made that very clear. He's like, no more pointless wars. Like, and that's fine. That's a good thing. That's a step in the right direction. But like, let's be real about this. He's not because I was on the foreign policy. No, I think Cat's worse on foreign policy. Just because Platner at least has the wherewithal to know when to stop talking. You know what I mean? Sorry, Platner does. Cat does not know. Cat is particularly bad about just keep saying the bad thing. You know what I mean? So he at least knows not to say that, but he wants to expand like the Navy. You know what I mean? Cat's probably worse, but only for judging rhetoric and instead of actions. Yeah. Yeah, her rhetoric is bad though. Like I'm not gonna defend Cat on her rhetoric. It's bad. It's not good. I feel the same way about Platner defenders I do about Crockett defenders, but I Blacks also feel slightly sympathetic towards the Crockett defenders. She put her body on the line. She again, they both have like they both have really bad issues. Like, but like again, yeah, like Cat's not like she's not like a freaking reactionary. Like she has progressive bona fides that like are proven. Like she stands against ICE the same way that Platner does, right? She goes out, she protests, she leads protests, she's on the front lines. Like it's not like nothing. Do you think that someone on the left will permanently outcast Cat like Graham though? Well, Graham's not permanently outcast, right? I think they will be more quick to permanently outcast Cat than they will Graham, because Graham serves a benefit to the wider movement of addressing and engaging with white reactionary males. Right? The left will kick Cat out before they'll kick out Graham Platner. Because Graham Platner will serve a purpose of like attracting that white male demographic, Joe Rogan left style. Right? And that's the wider problem of like how we center whiteness in the movement that's supposed to at least understand and acknowledge white supremacy. it's way less likely that she's killed people too. That's a bonus. I mean, that's true. She has, this objectively speaking, she is less likely to have killed people. You know? I guess with other stock dems keeping him close? I mean, maybe. If he makes positive material change, then okay, that's actual steps towards atonement. But until then, I need to see, I don't see a reason for all these degrading leftists to do for him. Well, I not even just, he doesn't even need to make positive material change. I mean, obviously that would be beneficial, but like, just, I just need some acknowledgement about the Blackwater stuff. You know what I mean? It feels like it's being swept under the rug as like just being, him being a vet. You see a foreign policy advisor's resume, it was so bad. I don't even know how he got the job unless he had a referral from Kamala herself. I did not see it. Also, Kat is a okay. I don't think Kat is a CIA agent. I genuinely don't think Kat is a CIA agent. Also, catching Blackwater in 2016. Gasp. People just fall into being fans too quickly. I agree. I mean, to be fair, chat, and I want to say this as well, I was criticizing Kat before all these other people were doing it as well. The real ones in here will remember. Remember when I said that I had a problem with Kat? Because my problem with Kat specifically comes from the fact that I think too many young people are chasing to being the next Gen Z member of Congress, and then they should get more local experience first, right? For not running locally. Exactly. Yeah. And I still stand by that. I think that a lot of young people are chasing the high of being like the next Gen Z member of Congress. And it's like a key part of a lot of their messaging that like you're losing out on actually, you know, affecting the material conditions of the people in your local area by just running locally. But you don't get a lot of those accolades. You don't get a lot of the bona fides by running locally, right? You don't get the notoriety by running locally. You know? And that's like, honestly, I think it's a better criticism of Kat than, no, I think the China stuff is still pretty bad. Okay, to be fair. Jimmy Kasky has that problem too, although I like him more. Yeah. Deja Fox has that problem. What's his face? Isaiah Martin has that problem, right? They're all chasing the Maxwell Frost, first Gen Z member of Congress, instead of actually being like, okay, I can actually, let me win a race that I can actually win, right? Do my 2 years, do my 4 years, and then run for Congress after that, after I have some experience under my belt, after I've shown being able to pass progressive policies. They run on zero policies. At least Kat has some stuff she wants to accomplish. Yeah, but I'm not saying they're exactly the same. I'm saying that like it's a similar, like, you know, they're kind of rushing. It's like Green Party always running for the presidency, right? We are all pretty critical of the Green Party and how they show up every 4 years to run for the presidency, while having 60 seats across the entire country in all elected office. Like maybe run some local elections first. Maybe establish some footholds in local office. Do progressive and socialist policies. Make people amenable to socialism, right? Locally, so they'll be more willing to vote for a third party candidate in the general election. The Greens are running for governor. They are running for governor too, but that's not low enough. They need to be running people for the freaking county commissioner. You know what I mean? City council, right? And the left holistically should be pushing people there, bro. 70%, I'll say it again, 70% of elections in this country are uncontested, not contested. That means the incumbent was running against themselves. I was looking for General Assembly members in North Carolina for undisclosed reasons. And there was somebody who ran against herself 2012, 2014, won both of those times, right? And now handily wins any primary that she faces, right? But if somebody ran against her then, you could cut off that establishment Democrat and put somebody more progressive in that seat, right? And then they can hold that seat for perpetuity. And you're actually affecting people's lives materially and, right? And you are setting up infrastructure for bottom up, you know, electoral change. The parents don't even run in my city. That's crazy. Green Lantern show trailer leaked and it's not good. I can't watch it here, but I'm curious. It didn't look good to me personally, but that's just me. We'll look into it a little bit later. We talked about Platner for a long freaking time. I literally said I wouldn't talk about Platner, but look at where we are. Look at where we are. I just get so frustrated when people defend Platner. That's it. 2026 still talking about Platner. I'm sure some of that 70% is uncontested because of his deep red and it wouldn't matter. No. I think you have a misunderstanding. Party affiliation matters way more for national level elections. Locally, what matters is you knocking on the fucking doors, right? It's you calling people, phone baking, talking to people. That matters way more. Independents have a way higher chance of winning local elections than they do national elections. You know what I mean? I also voted for people to judge over Birdie in 2019. Yeah, and at that time, Grant Platner was in freaking Blackwater. I'm sorry. She's also probably like 18 years old. I don't know. People can change. People can change and people can grow. But no, I haven't seen any evidence that like she's like, freaking a moderate or whatever. She's in the same way it's like progressive. So local officials never contested, or if they are contested, it's within their own party and not any opposing party. Yeah. 70% of elections every year over year, uncontested. That's just it. It's the same position on Taiwan and Tom Cotton, let's be real. Yeah, and that's bad. It's not good. I'm not defending her position on Taiwan. I've said it's bad. It's not good. It's just not meaningfully different than like what's it called? Than Grant Platner as it pertains to like running an election. If we're doing lesser evil voting, we're doing lesser evil voting. If we're not doing lesser evil voting, we're not doing lesser evil voting. You can't pick and choose when we are and when we're not doing lesser evil voting. You know what I mean? And if we are picking and choosing it, like if your line is like former Blackwater Nazi tattoo having merc and person who has shitty China policy, we're already cooked at this point. You know what I mean? Just throw them both away. Just throw them both out. We're not winning this fight if that's our two options. We have to go back to the drawing board and be like, how did we get here? Let's make sure we never get here again. And then billionaire that won't say genocide. Don't even get me started, bro. Anyway, let's just finally y'all talking about it yet? No, let's finally get through. We spent 2 hours on gosh freaking diggly freaking election news. Let's just get to this freaking Newsom clip, I guess. She's different on that issue. Platner said we have to build more for X. Her take is we need to send every carrier in South China Sea to defend Taiwan. Massive difference on rhetoric. No, for sure. I'm not saying that they're exactly the same on rhetoric. Like her China policy is like objectively horrific, and it's just like it is to the right of like Trump's State Department. It's just bad. It's not good. Adam Friedland's Newsom interview is kind of a dud, unfortunately. How is it a dud? It's just like bad content. My point is just that like if she's better than the alternative, then it's still lesser evil voting holistically. Right? But again, I hate lesser evil voting. I think it's bad. I think it's not good. I think lesser evil voting is bad, and it's it gets us into these situations where we have to engage with these hypothetical situations in the first place. You know what I mean? But in my opinion, it does feel weird to draw a line on Kat's Taiwan foreign policy and not on Grant Platner, you know, being a being a Blackwater mercenary after acknowledging that things were bad, and we shouldn't have been in the Middle East, and you know, going back to join Blackwater and all of the rest of it. For greater evil voting, yeah. I'm just saying, like, it feels like a weird line
like
to draw.
Capitalist every single day.
Judges,
I live as a
line when
Casey
Palestinians
just
protested
subscribed.
Jamal Bowman and AOC. I mean, yeah. And it also is weird because, like, they accept, and a lot of these people will be like AOCIA, but then it's like with Grant Platner, it's like, but like, you know, he's kind of cool. And I think it's just optics. It's literally just optics. It's just optics. It's just optics. It's just optics. It's just Graham Platner optically appeals to the demographics that they care about. That's it. That's literally it. He appeals to the optics. He's optically appeals to the demographics that they care about, right? White, you know, working class men, and they think that he's useful to appealing to them. That's it. That's literally it. Have you seen that a lot of leftists are gullible, stupid, unlike other Americans? Just like other Americans? No. I think this is less malicious. I don't think a lot of the AOCI chatters like Graham, but I don't know. Nah. I think there's some overlap there. Obviously, there are also obviously people who are just like, oh, I hate all politicians. You know what I mean? Just not very contentious. Asked him about the pronoun things on his platform, which he had no answer for. That's kind of it. He's so unlikable. So he made it look bad of himself. I was hoping for somebody like Richie Torres interview. Boo. Bad content. It's a fear-based support because young white men won Trump the election. This is actually not even true. Young white men didn't win Trump the election. Kamala lost the election because she failed every demographic, including young white men, but also young people, working class people, women, Palestinians, Muslims, immigrants, Black people, Latinos, trans people. You know what I mean? The list goes on. Greg would tell that to any DNC hardliner. Well, I don't talk to them, so. That's my position. Biggest voting block, non-voters this time, right? Well, to be fair, non-voters are always the biggest voting block technically. It's always usually like one third, right? But there was 90 million non-voters. 81 million voted for Trump, 77 million voted for Kamala. So yeah, it was a huge block of non-voters, right? And Biden had record voter turnout at 84. Like, so something changed there. Trump's number didn't change at all. He went from like 82 to like 81, I think, million. Yeah. Record low voter turnout or something. Yeah, it was abysmal. Anyway, let's just get. Also, Timmy, thank you for the 8 months. Much appreciated. Let's just get to the Gavinism thing, I guess. I can talk about Grant Platner forever, but it's gonna turn into the same conversation. It's just that I think people just have this hyperfixation on optics as it pertains to like whiteness and electability. And it's just, I think the Grant Platner conversation is another example of that. Right? Like, again, I said it when we first saw him. Like, I think people were calling him like the main Zoran Mamdani. I'm like, that's just disrespectful to Zoran. Right? Because back then Zoran didn't have this like insane uphill battle to fight by being a brown Muslim socialist running for the mayor of New York City. Right? His biggest controversy is putting African American on his college application. right? Like, I think it's disrespectful to compare him to Graham Platner. But Graham Platner was able to, you know, able to kind of like fall into, like, Bernie Sanders endorsed Graham Platner like months ago. Bernie Sanders waited until 2 weeks out from the primary to endorse Zohran Mamdani. That tells you all you need to know. And people want to act like there's not a disparity here. You know? And that just being a person of color, right? A black person, a brown person, right? He's from Maine, to be fair. I don't think that necessarily matters much. Zohran Mamdani was running for the highest mayoral position in the country. You know what I mean? Like, it was a national election. Mamdani had already held office. He was a DSA member, DSA candidate. Like, it's just, I don't know. It's just like there is a difference in the way that Graham Platner is like treated holistically in the space. And people were coping saying Bernie had to wait for the right time to endorse. Yeah, I think that's silly. I mean, there's criticism of AOC and Bernie for Nida, right? This tweet here. Incredibly close. AOC and Zohran didn't endorse a progressive candidate on the left. Nida is a Justice Democrat. At least Justice Democrat candidates have to endorse other candidates you would expect, right? This is where I think AOC fails as a leader on the left. She chose to pledge to not endorse against incumbents, and it's already going to harm the left in the long run. Right? But like, you know, Graham Platner got immediate attention. I don't know. It's just like, I think it's hard to kind of conceptualize this, especially if you're not marginalized and you just don't see the different way that you experience the world as it pertains to like the white man who kind of just gets an immediate leg up by virtue of just being a white man, you know. And that does play a role in this wide conversation, right? It plays a role into the way that that Tallarico gets insane support, even though Jasmine Crockett sucks, right? It plays in a role in the way that Gavin Newsom gets support, plays a role in the way that Graham Platner gets support, is that every constituency in this country, especially on the, not especially, but including on the left of the center, right? They're not exempt from white supremacy. They're not exempt from like having the white man get an easy like layup or a pass, right? Where if you're a black, brown, Muslim, woman, immigrant, or whatever, like, you know what I mean, like trans, you're playing life on a hardball. Need a one? No, we don't know yet. We don't know yet. The votes are still being counted. We don't know. There's no one. It's not been called yet. Oh, sorry. That's Jason the Ween in blackface. Excuse me. Let's see this Gavin Newsom post. They stopped counting or something out of the last 1,000 votes so slow. Machines could break. You know, mail-in ballots are still coming in. Number of different things. I don't know. Also, it's so close. They might be doing the recount now. Should we stop waiting for a Democrat to save us? It won't happen the longer we wait around for it and don't organize, the worse it'll get. Yeah.
You mentioned the shifting explanations and rationales that are coming out of the White House. Yesterday, Marco Rubio pretty explicitly said that the timing of the operation was based on planning by Israel. He basically said, we knew that the Israelis were going to strike Iran, which meant Iran would strike back against our bases in the region, which means the U.S. had to
from Pod Save? Or do I have white man face blindness? Yeah? I deserve a prize for that one, bro. I pulled that out of the deep recesses of my mind, bro.
Preempt the response, I guess, and bomb the Iranians first. What did you make of that explanation? And then a lot of Democrats have looked at the Netanyahu regime and felt like, you know what, we don't like the trajectory he's on. It's time to rethink the U.S. relationship with Israel, especially military support.
Well,
where do you
he's
stand?
making that easy right now. Let's talk about that. So the first rationale was we've got to make sure that they're not armed a nuclear arm. But we, of course, that rationale I thought was resolved, meaning we had completely obliterated their sites.
Run gifted a tier 1 sub to Bob's Bob C.
Said to run. Thank you for the gifted sub. Much appreciated.
And so that was the first rationale. Then, okay, so, well, maybe that wasn't the case, but now it's about their missiles. And they can perhaps hit the United States. And then you realize, wait, that's a decade plus away, if that. So that's BS. Okay, then it's about their militias. It's about their proxy. Then it's no, it's about their Navy. And then it's no, it's in response to the likelihood that, that Israel was going to, so we had to go in ourselves. And then you hear Hexet, God help us. His rationale or non-rationale. So this is Keystone Cops. But playing with real lives, with our reputation. They've already, so you see what's happened to our allies, you've seen what's happened in the NATO alliance in the context of truth and trust and the conversations that all of our allies are having now with India and with China as they're strengthening those relationships because they're starting to decouple or de-risk their relationship with the United States. But the issue of Bibi is interesting because he's got his own domestic issues. He's trying to stay out of jail. He's got an election coming up. He's potentially on the ropes. He's got folks, the hard line, that want to annex the West Bank. Freeman and others are talking about it appropriately, sort of an apartheid state. They couldn't even, we're talking about regime change.
Okay. To always
For 2 years, they
To be entirely fair, I think the chatter was correct to say that he's not necessarily calling Israel an apartheid state. He's referring to other people saying that the West Bank is akin to an apartheid state. And so he that's the way he gets around it. He's not saying his actual opinions. He's like, and this is just what some people are saying, right? It does show a shift in rhetoric where he was like, AIPAC, that's interesting. No, that's just interesting. I haven't really thought about AIPAC that much. That's just interesting. It is a departure from that that he was that he was doing. But but I think he obviously he did see the polls. He's trying to craft this middle ground.
the West Bank. Freeman, he's got an election coming up. He's potentially on the ropes. He's got folks, the hard line, that want to annex the West Bank. Freeman and others are talking about it appropriately, sort of an apartheid state.
He did say appropriately, though, so I'll acknowledge. Oops.
The ropes. He's got folks, the hard line, that want to annex the West Bank. Freeman and others are talking about it appropriately, sort of an apartheid state. They couldn't even, we're talking about regime change. For 2 years, they haven't even been able to solve the Hamas question in Israel. So this is, I want to be careful here, but, in so many ways, that influence in the context of the conversation of where Trump ultimately landed on this is pretty damn self-evident. And so Rubio may have been saying something else.
It's still politics speak, though. You know what I mean? It's still politics speak. No, he's towing the line. He's dropping out well, maybe the West Bank is sort of akin to an apartheid. And, maybe, huh? How do we feel about that? Is that too much? Good? Am I good? Okay.
The context of what he ultimately said in terms of being sort of pulled into some of these things. But I will say this, didn't surprise me in this context. I don't know if it was Napoleon or whoever said about a sword, the only thing you can't use a sword for is sitting on it. And when you bring 2 aircraft carriers out there and you assemble the kind of military force that Trump did over the last few weeks, it didn't surprise me ultimately they moved that direction.
Do you think, looking down the road, that the United States should consider maybe, rethinking our military support for Israel?
Even the pod save guys can't even say it. It's simple. Gavin, do you want to end arms sales to Israel? Are you for a weapons embargo? Because Israel has demonstrated that they are not, 1, good allies to the U.S., and 2, completely flagrantly disregard human lives as it pertains to killing civilians. He's like, do you think that we should, maybe sometime in the future, kind of rethink our engagements as it pertains to the commerce of certain weaponry with this nation? Just say the thing, bro. An arms embargo was popular in the Democratic base. That's why Kamala lost. Maybe if maybe they released the freaking the autopsy, we would actually have hard evidence of this. But like, that's why she lost.
Rethinking our military support for Israel?
It breaks my heart because the current leadership in Israel is walking us down that path where I don't think you have a choice but that consideration. I mean, to say this is in America's interest at a time when affordability is at crisis levels, where you had an administration who literally got elected saying this is exactly the opposite of what they would ever consider.
Also, he did again. It's always Bibi. It's always Bibi's government. It's always his answer is, I'll think about it. Not even. His answer is like, hey, if Netanyahu's still there, we have no choice but to think about it. It's not even that like, I'll think about it based upon what's happening now. It's just, hey, well, the Netanyahu government is giving us no choice but to kind of consider this option. Where he's positioning maybe thinking about it as a threat.
The fact that we are in this now regional war, all these proxies, the fact that we, and all the grift and the corruption, that's also marks a huge part of this. And that's a real conversation we need to have, this board of peace. And the peace that the Witkoff family's getting, and the peace that Kushner is getting, and the peace that Trump Jr. is getting.
Yeah, but like, Israel was doing a genocide with the American weaponry under Biden as well. This is what the question that would never be asked by the Pod Save boys, right? Is that like, this isn't just a Trump thing, right? America has been providing Israel with the arms to commit these atrocities, right? Like they've been doing this, right? And it's happening under Democratic administrations, right? What do you think that our relationship with Israel should be going forward, knowing the genocide that they've done with our weapons, and knowing that they are completely unaccountable as it pertains to utilizing those weapons to stoke regional conflict? That's the question I want to hear from Newsom, or hear said to Newsom. I want to hear his answer to that. Not just about like, oh, well, Trump's bad, so, and Bibi's bad. It's how do you explain the engagement that the state of Israel has had with committing a genocide, right? A slow genocide for 77 years. A more overt, quickened genocide using our weapons for the past 3.
You just got to reconsider the whole thing. You just have to. And, that's a stubborn I didn't expect to be in that place.
Yeah.
A few years ago, let alone, where we are today. And it's accelerating in real time in a deeply, deeply alarming way. And it's just one of many alarm bells that are ringing. And we can get to democracy, our republic. We can get into what's happening with the, secret police, the bovino-ification of our streets, and what's happening in this country with democracy. It's a precious and perilous time, but it also has
such a
parallels.
milquetoast liberal. He won't even just say like, yeah, ICE kidnapping people off the street. He speaks like a politician. It's always what's happening in this country as it pertains to X, and not this thing is happening, right? I don't like your funny words, Magic Man. basically saying the problem is the current Israeli government and not it's not the right time for war on Iran. I think. I mean, that is what he's saying. His angle with ISIS to make fun of Bovino. I'm not joking. Oh yeah, he said the Bovinofication of ICE, which is just like, all right. Do you support abolishing it? Like, let's get to policy here. And he's not saying a bunch of anything.
And some of those are reflected in some of the storytelling in the book and some of the revelations about my own family's relationship to the Red Scare, to Oppenheimer, to McCarthy and McCarthyism. And some of those currents, some of those tenets echo today in many respects.
One more newsy question. I'll connect it to the book. How about that? In the book.
Yeah, I'm not reading that book. I'm not reading that book. It ain't happening. Because you're voting for Newsom or Harris, go. I'm pulling the trigger. Go ahead and just take me out. Because whatever world we're going into, it's not for me. That's it. Honestly, though, it literally, there's like no third party, no write-in. I have to pick between Gavin, Newsom, and Kamala Harris. I'm voting third party like Hassan. I'll find a way. What if I leave it blank? Can I leave it blank? Is that possible? Genuinely though, if you're asking me who do I think would be a better president, it's tough. That's tough. They both suck so bad. They both suck so bad in like very similar ways. Oh, Gavin Newsom maybe. Maybe slightly better. We saw what a Kamala VP and presidency looked like. She said she'd do exactly what Joe Biden would do. So the question basically is Joe Biden versus Gavin Newsom. Okay, now at that point, maybe Joe Biden. So maybe Kamala Harris if she do exactly what, no, but I don't know. This is horrible. This is bad. This is bad. I don't know. I can't. I don't know. Gavin Newsom. Flip a coin. Hey Siri. Flip a coin. Heads Gavin Newsom. Kamala Harris then. Kamala Harris would be better. Yeah. Anyway, covered the Newsom thing. Oh, there's also this.
You caught me. You caught me. I went to the booth and I voted Trump, of course, with my American citizenship. Of course I did. I can't even vote. I'm Canadian, you moron. But I could have just went to LA because I can vote without voter ID. I voted 12 times. I voted 130 times. I voted 54,000 times.
Chet. Yes, I went to Germany and I shook hands with the mustache man and I told you all to vote for him. But guess what? I'm not even German. I'm not even German. You guys all thought I was German just because I was German. I'm not even German, dumbass. I was just telling you all to vote for him for the lulz. Okay, it was this. I did go to Berlin and vote for the mustache guy. Dude, I voted 20 times for the mustache guy. I voted a million times for the mustache guy. Yo, Chet, I bet a lot of you stupid Americans thought it was one of you. Dude. I'm not even American. I bet a lot of you guys thought I was American because I'm not even American. And guess what? I'm not even American, dude. I bet you thought I was an American citizen. I'm not even American. I don't know why you're looking at this. Trevor now. I wouldn't know this.
It's a pretty good,
You caught me.
pretty good XQC impression, I will say. It's pretty good. I do love that, like, I'm so close to being in a viral clip. I'm like a few seconds away. Just rewind the video a few seconds and I'm there. He mentions me specifically. But, oh, Promania. I also, indeed, also dislike Promania. That's just me, though. That's just me, though. Yeah, Gavin Newsom. Ugh. He's pressing the button a lot this week. What? I can see it's still considered apolitical by Twitch when he calls his song to be deported and claims the Iran war. Yeah, but they threw the politics tag on my stream because I talked about the Iran war just for an hour. Okay, please freaking please, Twitch, gosh freaking darn it, killing my ad revenue for what? If you want to subscribe to me, Chad, I'll appreciate that. I have no ad revenue for a week, so that's a third of my income gone. I saw your short with the neon, and that clip with Ludwig. I was flabbergasted. Thank you for watching my shorts. I appreciate that. Should I post it on Twitter, chat? Okay. Good chat. Should I post it on Twitter? How does he speak so fast? I'm supposed to feel bad when XQC gets a little bit of heat for supporting Trump? Really? Really? You will get hate? All right. Yeah, that's fine.
20K. What? No, this is 400. This is 400.
Oh, $400.
Ah! I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That was completely uncalled for. Oh, I'm so sorry. That was so uncalled for. Oh, that was such a visceral reaction. I'm supposed to feel... Yeah. TikTok wouldn't let me post it, by the way. TikTok would not let me post it. Oh, no, it did. I have 144... I'm supposed to feel... Dang. I have no emotion on TikTok. Got 3 likes. I'm supposed to... Watched. I at least got 26 on freaking YouTube shorts. Larry is a Neon fan? Who's Larry? As she claps back after her song claims he banned all of his normal brain liberals from his chat. We banned nobody. You had to go on emo only mode because your chat was sympathizing with terrorists. Why is he so in love with terrorism? It's not surprising. At the start of your video was saying I love Israel to fix your reach. Yeah. So not because of you. Actually, TikTok was broken yesterday. Nobody got views. Larry Ellison. Oh. I was like, who's Larry?
It's so funny because, like, I suspect that at this point he has probably purged his community of all, like, the fucking normal-brained, like, liberals and stuff.
Yo, Hassan. Actually go to the logs and go see who's banned. We banned nobody. It's timeouts for spam shit and bans for things that would actually fly in your chat. The people will get banned for words, for things that is generally offensive, right? That flies in your chat. My chat is better moderated, yet less moderated than your chat. Think about this. Think about the idea that it's better and at the same time less moderated because there's less radicalization. How hard is that to do, little buddy? You had to put your chat in emote-only mode.
When you like, it was like glazing Trump, being like, we have less radicalization, we promise.
When you were reading some terrorist propaganda bullshit on your stream because the chat was sympathizing. They were sucking dick of fucking terrorists. Your chat...
What is he referring to?
Was so sloppy toppying terrorist mindset, you had to go emote-only mode.
He self-debunked himself when he was looking for the clip. Let me look it up. Oh.
That's how bad your chat is. And you come to me What a fucking joke, this clown.
Even
Bozo the clown CEO and his
political
bitch.
audience that he has.
Bro, bro, he says people has no knowledge. What do you know? What the fuck do you know? Terrorist Glazer.
Fell by the wayside.
Dude, why is he so?
Banned.
Why is he so in love with terrorism? I don't know what it is. Chat, what about terrorism that he loves? So, yo, he's got both lips locked in on terrorism shit. I don't get it.
I mean, this worked for Ethan Klein if you look at his views. So I hope this works for your XQC as well. You still mad after I owned it multiple times? Bro, oh, were you here yesterday? Nice bathroom. Oh, okay. For those of you who weren't here yesterday, because I did it at the end of the stream yesterday, a chatter came in, was talking about XQC talked about you on stream. And I did not believe them until we went and checked. And I was like, it was true. It was correct, actually. He brought me up unprompted. You didn't believe the I did not believe the chatter. He literally brought me up unprompted. I was like, my bad, chatter. You were correct. You were right. My bad. Here, I'll show you this one first.
That put the toll at 100,000 or more. More have been murdered since March of this year than in the Protective Edge and Cast-Led put together. These are two previous sieges that Israel implemented on Gaza in the past.
Wow. What terror support by talking about Israel's increasing campaigns to murder Palestinian civilians. And you have the chat who was just, you know, putting in hostels. Talking about that toll of Gaza.
Okay.
I mean, look at the chat then. And he's like, oh yeah, this is they're saying hearts surely about the people who were killed by the person who wrote this or whatever the fuck. Is that what the comment about this? Well, the person who kills people wrote this shit. Is that the comment about this or not? Is it? Wrong clip. Oh.
That he self-debunked. He started to justify it. Yeah. You see the chat who's just like, where he's reading and talking about, Hassan says in the clip, talking about Palestinians who were slaughtered by Israel. He's like, no, but you don't understand. These are terror hearts. These are hearts for terrorism. These are all hearts for the terrorists. You have to believe me. Yeah, you have even his own chatters is like, the hearts in the chat were for the victims and for peace and de-escalation, you moronic dumb fuck. Even his chat is just like, dog, you're just stupid. That's not it. It gets worse. Now he watches the old clip of himself reacting to it where old XQC, this is not a big deal. Oh, that's rough.
Oh. Wait, really? Is that the gun about this or not? Is it? Wrong clip? Oh.
Yeah, he says wrong clip. He's like, oh.
Wait, really?
What more at this point?
Anything I don't like I will label as terrorism and never lose another argument yet.
Guys. Did I remember incorrectly? There's no way that... Oh. What? No, I'm right. Yeah, exactly. It's right. It's spelling for no reason. I am right about this. Like, what the fuck? Why should I gaslight the fuck out of me?
Point can one say about the proportion
right
of
about
mangled
this.
and burned and exploded human beings whom were children? We who let this happen will never deserve the Palestinians' forgiveness. They've let us know as much. An armed action is not necessarily a military action. The toll at 100,000 or more.
Yo. Hassan's chat during his reading of the DC shooter manifesto. He's reading the manifesto of the person who killed those people. Literally, I was correct, and chat says question mark because you guys glaze this shit too. I mean, this is outrageous, bro. You guys can be pushed back on the initial take, the initial example, me going to the clip. I had to go quadruple debunk because you're the fucking mouth locked on the fucking terrorist glazing shit, man.
More have been
The
murdered
fuck's
since
going on here,
March
dude?
of this year than in the Protective Edge and Cast-Lead put together. These are 2 previous sieges that Israel implemented on Gaza in the past.
Brother, move on.
Okay, chat, it looks fine.
Okay.
Old XQC, chat looks fine. New XQC, why did I say that?
Chat looks fine. What about the chat? I don't get it. It still shows like kind of the vibe. It's kind of whatever.
Okay.
Well, hold on.
Welcome me to the jungle.
He's gonna find a third clip with tries to prove him correct. 3rd time's the charm, bro. He'll find it. Don't worry.
I know for a fact that some of you guys would be since someone's getting pushback. I can find some people in the chat that were here now that were agreeing with what I'm saying, and they will go in the chat today and they probably say question mark.
I'm a Persian juice.
What? No, he gives up. Oh, what? He's just like, yeah. You said here. He's like, the chat looks fine, so I'm confused. And you have his own chatters who are like, the heart emojis mean something negative. Okay, bro. We're reading about the victims of Israel's genocide in Gaza. You put in hearts for the victims. You're just like, no, chat, you don't understand. The hearts for the victims mean they're terror hearts. They're negative. We promise. Okay. Anyway, this was the clip. I did not believe the chatter when they said it, but now I'll show it here.
And here's a classic take, and I said this the other day, and you're gonna find me. And
everything is jokes and not serious except when DDG makes a joke. Now it's deep all of the sudden and it's offensive.
Yeah, but it's not a joke though. Like I'm old enough to see bro. A joke though. This is like when Sean the Black says a joke about me. Oh, XQC, the racist guy, dude. That how is it a joke? That's just fucking brain dead. Like that's just.
Now, see that one I'm confused, right? And yesterday we went back and we checked. I've never called XQC racist. It hasn't happened. That was not a good Sean impression. I'm saying, bro, where's your do-rag at, bro? Do sub alert. I wanted chat to go find it for me, but I couldn't find it. Chat, no one chat did it because I'm washed.
All of the sudden and it's offensive.
Yeah, but it's not a joke though. Like I'm old enough to see bro. A joke though. This is like when Sean the Black says a joke about me. Oh, XQC, the racist guy, dude.
It's a terrible impression. Do I sound like that? Hold on. Can I do that? Oh, XQC, the racist guy. Do I say that? Is that how I do? Is that pretty good? Spot on. 1-to-1. See, I'm kind of good with it. I've got to chill with it. I'm telling you, it's spot on. It's a really good impression. Thank you. I have a pretty good impression. Where's your do-rag? Bad impression. Automatically. No do-rag and no bonnet. Or turban, bro. None of the above. Racism. What it is. Anyway, one more time.
A joke though. This is like when Sean the Black says a joke about me. Oh, XQC, the racist guy, dude. That's
dude. Okay, I mean, he got me there, bro. he got me there, bro. I really stay saying, dude. Indeed, I do be saying exactly that. That sounds exactly like me. He really got me. I very famously say these things as well. You've never said that on Twitter. Maybe you said it on the street and he's a lurker. I don't think I don't recall. And you know this, chat. I will remember something I said years ago, like 3 years ago. Right? I don't ever recall saying, XQC, the racist guy, dude. Ever. Those words don't recall ever being said, in my personal opinion. Was about your say what you want about XQC tweet? No, this is completely unprompted. Like, I don't know what he's referring to specifically, but he's saying that I call him racist or something. I can confirm you never said those words. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. You said it now. You're right. He got me, chat. He got me. And Sean doesn't say check out my video about this. He's never spoken about it. True. I know he sees your tweets and you occupy a room in his head. And that's what I said yesterday. I think the problem is that I have motion. My tweets about him have motion. This is both Asmongold's problem with me and XQC's problem with me that I found out now recently. Is that they hate the fact that like I'm not like being dunked on 24/7. Right? Like they'll bring up like Frogan or whatever, and they'll be like, haha, see Frogan gets a bunch of clips about her and she gets dunked on. And they're just mad that like I'm not getting that. And so they kind of just weaponize that against me to be like, see, look at this guy. He's a race baiter. He only cares about race. And I guess it upsets them that I'm not getting like the low-cal harassment treatment that they want me to be getting, maybe? I don't know. I have no idea. I also do think it's partially this as well. Remember when like that Destiny slave owner clip popped off? And both XQC and Asmongold were like, oh, this guy should be banned or whatever. And how my first stream back, I flipped them off. And that's how we got the SDAB finger emote. And that really frustrated Asmongold. He was not happy about that at all. Right? Because they want you to be like scared of them. You know, they want you to be afraid of them. They want you to be like, you know, oh, I'm so sorry. Please leave me alone. You know? They want you because they want you to be threatened. They want you to cry. And I just didn't give them that, you know? And I think that upsets these people. Right? That I will dab on them. Twitch is racist for not letting it be a sub emote. I agree, bro. I agree. Honestly, we could try it again. And not tell anybody. It's a really good emote though. I like it. What they can do is call you stars in the replies. Oh, jokes on them. I don't see him. I want you to be afraid to be in the aim of their squirt gun. Yeah. It's like when Ethan tried to sue you too, and you said just do it, and he backed down. Yeah, exactly. He wanted me to be like, no, please, Hassan, please come protect me for big bad Ethan Klein trying to sue me. And I was just like, fuck you, bro. You don't scare me. Because he doesn't scare me, you know? You're also one of the only streamers who holds other streamers responsible for their actions. Yeah. Oh, is that a reference to this one? Sorry, this is Jason Lewin in blackface. Let's talk about this next. This is the next thing. Jump scare.
This is like when Sean
was that even posted? Yesterday. We'll talk about it later. We'll talk about it after this. Let's get through this section a little bit.
Of the sudden and it's offensive.
Yeah, but it's not a joke though. Like I'm old enough to see this, bro. A joke though. Bro, this is like when Sean the Black says a joke about me. Oh, XQC, the racist guy, dude.
Does the chat even know who I am? Like, this is funny because Asmongold does this too. Where he'll just bring up my name with no context. I'm like, do they just know who I am? You know what I mean? Like, am I like that aware and known of in this space? I know who you are. Yeah, because you watch me, you know? Also, didn't he say the N-word recently? XQC? Oh, he did. Maybe I said that when I covered that part. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. That did happen recently. What was it, like three? No, it's like a week ago at this point. Hold on, let me check my VODs real quick. Before the BAFTAs. When was it? The 12th of February? No, this is the Gavin Newsom conversation. And we watched a Nuts Taku video. I didn't hear about this. No, I remember covering it. I remember talking about it. Captain Durag. Hutch saying he voted for Epstein. We covered the first half of the Tyler Perry video. And then we played some Marvel Rivals. Okay, one game of Day of Gaming. It was more than a week ago? Was it? It might have been, actually. Was it before or after Emaru? It was not 3 months ago. Nah, I don't believe that. It was 3 months ago? Was it really? Was it that long ago? It was at least a month ago? Okay, let me check my VOD channel. Hold on. Ryan Grimm, Caleb Hammer, Tecton Lost in Court, Reparation stream, maybe this one. I covered Kai Cenat here. It was after this. It was after Kai Cenat. November 9th? Was it November? Around December 27th? Now I'm committed to finding it. Hold on. Now I'm committed to finding it. Shonda Black. Click this. All time. I used to get a lot of viewers. Now I'm washed. Where he says it. Okay, so let's check November, December range. I don't think it was that long ago. I may have covered it late then. I'm gonna search XQC. The last time XQC is in my title is in June of 2025, so it wasn't that. Because the Google AI, not a black criticized XQC for its repeated belief. Beefs with black creators suggesting the pattern of behavior would lead people to believe that she's actually racist. Yeah, but based on what? You have 1K right now? Yeah, I don't usually have 1K. Caleb Hammer, Black History Month. Hassan Ban, Hutch is stupid. Tecton loses in court. Burnt Peanut. No, it was the Burnt Peanut one. January 24th. It was that one. This one. With Clugsy. I think. I showed this. And then this. And we talked about Platner. No, okay, never mind. It was not this one. XQC. XQC is coming at Aspen. My ops are taking each other out.
I mean, and I can spot, like, I can help. You can flash. Vinny's.
It's like American XQC. Okay, it wasn't this. Am I tripping? It wasn't this. What about this one? I don't know, actually. I don't know. I know I covered it at some point, but I don't think I covered it all the way back in freaking November. Stable Ronaldo, Atrioc. No, I covered it recently. I know for a fact I covered it recently. I talked about it recently, for sure. I don't know if this helps, but I think the community note is wrong. November 23rd, 2025. Was it back then? Around 2 hours? When was this? Just got stuff? It was this. You found it. It was in December 9th. Okay, it wasn't that recently. I've assumed that most others. Oh, wait, this is only it's Fortnite.
Because I want.
You know, that's how I feel. Right? We're gonna put a hit on her. What? How do you not know? Oh, I did see this as well. I saw this as scroll passing. I was like, what is XQC talking about, bro? How's no streamer hours by this day on business saying the N-word?
I said the N-word while talking about him because I wanted to. It adds style to my dialogue, so I said it. What about it? It adds some character to my vocabulary. So I did it. I ripped it. Yep, I did that. What about it?
Who is he talking about? Okay, we're talking about who? If you don't remember what we're here for, we're trying to find out where I called XQC a racist. Now, if I called him a racist after seeing this clip, it would be valid, just from the clip itself. But we're gonna see if I did it, to see if his perception of me is valid. Was it be racist? He wanted to channel the exaggerated swagger of a black teen. True. Is this recent? All right. I don't want to be drama farmed.
At 17 minutes in the lobby, he gets free fucking pickings for the loot with a free loadout. That's the point. That's the point. Like, enough. At one point, these are shit mechanics. Like, what are you talking about, man?
The PvP component. I understand that a lot of people, and frankly me included, wanted this to be a PvE game, and I wanted for.
At 17 minutes.
Okay, I need to do. She's trying to get the stuffed animal again. Ugh. I need to check and see, because I do think that this is recent, right? But like, I want to see if like this video here is. Stop it! Stop! You can't get the stuffed animal. Stop it! No. No, sit down. Man, this was a menace back then. She still is. Go sit. Sit. Yes, talking about arc raiders. Here, XQC. That's why she's sitting out there right now. XQC. Kick. 14 hours ago. All right, do I call him racist? I give him the respect of checking the full VOD out. I don't just call him racist.
The PvP components.
These are shit mechanics. Like, what are you talking about, man?
The PvP components.
I understand that a lot of people, and frankly me included, wanted this to be a PvE game, and I wanted for.
I mean, yeah, like he rips it. It's true. He just straight rips it. He full live just rips the N-word. Like
17 minutes in the lobby, he gets free fucking pickings for the loot with a free loadout. That's the point. That's the point. Like, at one point, these are shit mechanics. Like, what are you talking about, man?
The PvP components.
I understand that a lot of people, and frankly me included, wanted this to be a PvE game, and I wanted for.
Free loadout.
Do I call him racist? Clickbaited, but was inside the VOD, so I wasn't being clickbaited, but like I stopped caring to try to find it. But this was his response.
I said the N-word while talking about him because I wanted to. It adds style to my dialogue, so I said it. What about it? It
adds style to my dialogue. And I eventually go and check his VOD, right? As well, I'm pretty sure. I tried to look. He wears the same shirt in like every single one of his VODs, so it's very hard to find which one is the VOD he's talking about. Also, because the clips don't provide any specific same shirt.
What?
This shirt is different. These are I don't know, right? But do I just call him racist? I'm just going to keyword search. That's just me though. What I say? Say it regardless anyway. Streamers. Honestly, I kind of assume that most other streamers say it regardless anyway. But that's just me though. Anyway. That's why it's like not getting a lot of attention. I didn't even call him racist. But we talked about all of that. So
Andrew, can I?
I didn't even call him racist. In an instance where I very clearly could have called him racist, I didn't. Gosh darn it. Now he's like, Ran. This Sean the black guy always calls me racist or something.
Not serious except when DDG makes a joke. Now it's deep all of the sudden and it's offensive.
Yeah, but it's not a joke though. Like I'm old enough to see bro. A joke though. Bro, this is like when Sean the Black says a joke about me. Oh, XQC, the racist guy, dude. How is it a joke? That's just fucking brain dead. Like that's just like what a stupid fucking take that is. Like how is that a joke? It's just trash. Like, and then he says, oh no, I'm backing away from that. And then he does it again and again and again. It's literally his shtick. Every fucking couple days, he tweets about fucking, this is racist. This guy's, oh yeah, it's about everybody being racist when there's not even a hint of racism.
This is funny. I literally checked. Just keep calling him dude. Dude. I don't really call people racist on Twitter. This is so funny. And honestly, may kind of actually be a racist reaction. I don't do that. That's not a thing that happens. I'm not like waking up and be like, okay, time to call another person racist on the timeline. All I do is I merely just point out things that happen. If people take that as me calling them racist, what am I supposed to do by that? So when I pull up this picture of Jason the Ween and I say what's wrong with these former phase jits, bro, I'm not calling Jason racist. If that's what you take from that, that's not my fault. This is impressive work. Typically, you would have to work much harder to live this rent free. I know, right? Bro is like, you know what? Maybe XQC is pro socialism. But now I'm curious, how much does XQC talk about me? Police say is racist. Listen, you just hate a man. You hate a black man winning BMW during melanated march. What does JITS mean? It means junior in training, according to Ludwig. All of my juniors in training. Okay, let me stop. Let me stop before my black card gets revoked.
In anything he posts about. Like, the guy sees the fucking ghosts of the fucking KKK moving around. Like, he's schizoing fucking clan leaders walking around or some shit. Like, what the fuck's going on, man? Dude, like, relax, buddy. Not everything is racist. Like, Christ, man. Fucking hell, man.
I voted for none of this.
And then he crashes out about this. And so, like, that literally happens, right? His crash out about me happens like 2 seconds before his crash out about this video. And I'm like, dog, I could have been a part of a historic crash out if they just kept the entire clip in. But, you know, that's all right. That's how it is. I got my own crash out. Wait, what? Wait, what? Sorry, I just thought that was insane. Now you have to diss him? If she's crashing out about you, yeah. Yeah, well, XUC, if you see this, I'm sorry if you felt like I called you racist. I don't know what you want me to say about it, bro. Yeah. There's also this that I saw. States with 2 chances to swing left Democratic primary voters in Texas and North Carolina stuck with establishment preferred choices. WAPO. I hate Newswire because it's a news aggregation site that is powered by Polymarket, but like this is not correct. Like, first of all, if you're talking about NC4, like it still hasn't been called yet. Gosh darn it. Oh, see, chat, 100 votes were counted. And I actually don't know how much it changed. Nothing changed. Well, some votes had to have changed. They had to have gone somewhere, but it's about the same. I demand a recount. She's behind by 1,200, I think. She's still down by roughly 1,200. It is still the same percentage-wise. You know, requested a recount. I mean, a recount's going to happen regardless. Yeah, it's really close. It's really close. So if no one gets 50%, it's a runoff? I think so. I'm pretty sure. But yeah. Sorry, jump scare. I covered this guy. Covered the Newsom clip.
Through science.
Oh, this is a good post, I think. So this person says, I asked Representative Crockett if she supports the Stop the Bombs Act to end offensive military aid to Israel. She pretended like she's never heard of it and asked her staffer to follow up with how she supplied aid to Palestinians, which isn't the same as stopping offensive aid funding to the IDF at all. After tens of thousands have died, it's unbelievably cynical of me. Every time I brought this up and simply asked that she take the same stance as Puerto Rico on the issue, many of her supporters tried to argue that it didn't matter and that both were the same on this issue, or that I was a bigot for asking. The Iran war and the genocide in Gaza are unbelievably horrible, and I hope Crockett's loss in this primary will help her and others in Congress realize how Democratic Party voters, or primary voters, are through hand-waving away universal human rights and done with APAC-aligned policies. Yeah. Archimedes Frisbee, thank you for the 9 months. Yeah, that's kind of where it is. It's just like she keeps pointing to like, look at my record, look at my record. And her record's just not good. Right? You can't just be telling, oh, I've actually never heard of this thing. So leave me alone, I guess. Jard Campbell, thank you for the gifted sub as well. Much appreciated. Oh, sorry. And there's also one more thing I want to cover before the end of the stream today. I want to talk about the Viewbotting situation.
The vast majority.
We didn't talk much about Iran today. But I do want to talk about this because I've been holding off on this. About Jason. What does he want me to say? He did blackface. Or this is an AI picture of him in blackface. He posted on his Twitter. I don't freaking know what the situation is. But he posted this on his Twitter. There's not much you want me to... I don't know what you wanted to say about that. Why? It's a community meme of his, I guess. Prime Jason in blackface. And he posted that thinking that it was kind of chill because it was a community meme. And it's not.
Subscribed.
But comments on the photo last year, Jason asked his fans when he had blonde hair to edit his hair black to see if he looked good. Instead to change his face instead. So he actually dyes his hair black. He posted that. It's so dumb. He didn't think like, hey, maybe this is not great. Actually, he's just dumb. I don't think he's racist. See, I hate it when people do this. Nobody's claiming he's racist. Sorry, I'm not claiming he's racist. I won't see nobody is. I'm not claiming he's racist. People oftentimes try to preempt like, yeah, he's young and dumb, but he's not racist. You know what I mean? Like, that's not the claim that I was making. I think that's just the response that like people always met with when people are like, hey, this kind of thing is kind of crazy. People are like, oh, but he's not racist though, don't you know? Let me just come out here and say that he's not racist. I just want to put that out there. You know? It's one of my biggest pet peeves. One of my biggest pet peeves. You know what I mean? It happened when I was talking about Graham Platner as well. I'm talking about Platner's past, and people are like, oh, well, like, do you think that he still believes this? I'm like, I never said that. Is that what I said? It's like people are just trying to like find like an out or like a squeeze through my rhetoric. But I'm just saying, hey, I think this is bad. It's like, but do you still believe this? I think every off-camera person's whole side of Twitch is a weird freak who encourages and won't discourage from being a freak. I agree with you. Honestly, I'm of the mind that it's kind of a requirement to be a bad person to be a top streamer. He definitely knows blackface is bad, and he still did this at the point where he's in ignorance. He just doesn't care. I mean, he could be stupid, you know? Like, I am of the camp that he's probably just stupid. Probably like, haha, I look black, and he posted it. About Pokemon? I mean, you can name whoever you want to name, Chad. I think that is kind of an imperative to be at least okay somewhat with shitty behavior. Because if you make it a point of calling that out, you get ostracized for, you know, being a, you know, fuddy-duddy, being, you know, too woke or whatever. I think that to a certain extent, you have to excuse bad behavior in order to get into these rooms and be in these spaces. That's what the thin purple line is, chat. Maybe like, Sean, what's the thin purple line? Well, I'm glad you asked. Thin purple line. Urban Dictionary. The thin purple line. I can't hold this. A coin turned on Twitch TV related to the concept of charity provided to other streamers when they fuck up due to their self-interest or their own goals, sometimes positive and noble. The outcome is to maintain positive relationships with large viewer networks in order to grow their audiences due to some moral expense. It is an analogy for the thin blue line in police. Crossing the thin purple line will often result in shit from streamers for a parasocial pushback as well as ostracization. The term originated from me, the Everybody is Racist guy, Sean the Black, in late 2023, early 2024. Dude, why is no one talking about how streamer X said the N-word while pretending to rap? Oh, they don't want to heat to make waves or to lose access to viewers. It's the thin purple line. True. True, indeed. Does the thin purple line imply the existence of a thick purple line? Not particularly. That could use a rewrite. It is a lot going on, but it gets the point across. It gets the point across. I did coin the thin purple line, and I still stand on it. It's large streamer solidarity. They will protect each other because they want to be protected if they ever get called out for something. I made a flag for it. We did make a flag for it. Did you write this Urban Dictionary entry? I did not. So I'm like, I sound like a good stream to watch. Some would say. What's the view? Oh, view. Thank you, chatter. Pulling back on track. The Viewbotting situation. The Viewbotting situation is such an interesting one. Cause it's I didn't save it, did I? I did not. I thought I saved it. I saw they sort of post about it. Trying to find it. What? Okay, this one's insane too. This one's insane. And then I'll show you. Not this, not this, not this, not this, not this, not this. Tweet less Dixardo, please. This is what it is. I didn't save it. That is me, your only viewer for months. I have created an illusion that you're streaming to a large audience, but the truth is, all these people in chat are me from now on. Now, for you to be convinced of this, I will send this message from all of my accounts. Wow. Convincing. Streamer manager Reed. I'm too tired to pronounce this name. Voice support for Viewbotting, saying that managers are at a disadvantage without it. The reality is, if you're not Viewbotting and everyone else is, you're at a disadvantage. Okay, they're correct. Is it Doucher? Ducker. Duxer. That's what it is. What's his name? It's Reed JD. He's the CEO of Night Media. And this is his newsletter. I want to read it. We should Viewbot harder. Let's go. It just sucks for like regular people streamers. Cause like, you know, your numbers mean less when people are buying into higher numbers, you know? So on Night Media, no? Yes. And I remember because I saw this the first time, people said Kai Sanat and Hassan's manager or whatever. Actually makes a good point. Actually a good point he makes. In context, it makes a lot of sense. H3 is a night media too, I just learned. That's not surprising. It's time to start viewbotting, he says. What does it take to cut through all the noise on the internet? If everyone else is botting, why shouldn't you? We used to live in a world where if you make good content, algorithms would find an audience for your videos. Now creators have to clip farm, pay clippers, and sometimes even view bots have a better chance of capturing more attention and breaking through the noise. This is especially true on platforms like Twitch, where viewbotting can service you to the front page of popular streaming categories. And then he shows,
I call viewbotting the loser's topic. I call viewbotting the loser's topic.
Sure, Peanut. Alrighty. Thankfully, if you reach the top of the leaderboards on Twitch and have a large audience, a massive large audience, you probably don't need to viewbot. However, there's been a lot of drama on X recently from the largest streamers on Twitch allegedly viewbotting. This has gotten me thinking, is viewbotting a legitimate strategy? Do advertisers have any way of tracking botted engagements? And why isn't Twitch cracking down on this at all? Good question, let's see. Yeah, 50K yesterday, and looking at just chatting, girl. Yeah. Platforms need to take action. We've been dealing with this issue for a long time now. I remember reading an article on Rolling Stone where up to 30% of movement behind the Russo Snyder campaign came from botted accounts. Nicki Minaj has also come in a fighter lately for botting, true. On platforms like X, bots tend to leave behind little evidence, no followers, newly created accounts, suspicious comment behavior that can be used to identify whether the account is real or not. However, this isn't the case on Twitch. Outside of jumping from 33 viewers to 50K in a matter of minutes, there isn't really a clear way of telling who's botting and who isn't. The only evidence we get as viewers is the live viewer count that and the speed of messages in chat. Twitch has been dealing with this for years now. A post from Devin Nash sums it up well. And he even goes on to say there's no real downside to botting your streams if you're in the top 500 creators. Back in August of last year, we seen crackdown on bots, and I hope that trend continues I hope that trend continues for the foreseeable future. Clearly, this is happening again. The bots are finding a way to go undetected. My belief, echoed by XQC, is that they don't care to enforce this. The more views that there are, the better things look for advertisers. As a quoting Devin Nash, XQC is an L, but he didn't say anything incorrect so far. If everyone else is doing it, if everyone else is doing it, should you? I would never explicitly say that you should bot your views on Twitch, other than the title of this article. But the reality is, if you're not view botting and everyone else is, you are at a disadvantage. When you're competing in a category and you're buried and you don't have 500 plus viewers, maybe shifting your strategy to paying clippers and buying bots helps the streamer break through. I wanted to see what it would cost to bot a stream. For $108 a week on Viewbotter, you can get 1,500 followers and 225 chatters and 750 concurrent viewers. Really? I'm in the wrong line of work, bro. That's like pennies. Dang, bro. Simple Fix gives streamers the option to restrict their stream's iframe to Twitch origins by default. Anyone who chooses to toggle it on are clearly doing it for specific reasons. The issue is it's not iframes anymore. They're not using embeds to boost their numbers. They're using like legitimate device bot farms with their own device IDs. We looked at it yesterday. It's so insane. And so that's a lot harder to track because they each have their own device ID and they're all just coming from like this server farm essentially on these like stripped down phones in these racks full of like hundreds. It's actually super expensive actually. Are they just viewing iframe rather than loading the entire site? I think they're loading the entire site. I'm pretty sure. But it's not that expensive. We consider that you can get like I have like 3 iPhone. I have 2 iPhones and 1 Android phone that I have for like my streaming setup, and it cost me like $60 for this iPhone. Well, technically this iPhone was free because it was my old iPhone. But I had an iPhone 7 as well that I got for like $60. You know? It's like a wall of phones watching stream. They're $20 smartphones. Yeah. Like you have like old Android phones you can get refurbished or even wholesale bulk for like, you know, upwards of like $15 to $10 per phone. I don't think they are. When I saw and got about the other day, the view count widget stayed the same. But the stream went to 300K. I think it depends on what kind of view bots they are. I mean, expensive to buy the bots. Oh, I mean, it's 750 for. I mean, it's 180 for 750 here, right? So it's $180 for 750 viewers, which means it costs about 24 cents per viewer. If you're botting, let's say you're botting 20,000 viewers, you know, it's like $5,000 for how long? A week is what Reed here is saying. So it's like $4,000 a week. That's nothing. Do you get ad revenue for that? Probably not. But you get botted to the top of the directory. If you had 20,000 viewers, you're getting like friggin', like how many subs does friggin' Asmongold have? You know, or the Burt Peanut. I think it's pretty obvious that he's botting. Right? Like, he has. Where are his subs? Where are his subs? What? He's number one right now. Come on. Maybe that's right. Maybe that's correct. Let's take a little look-sees. Let's look. This is totally normal. Totally normal. Every 30 minutes, he jumps up to 60,000 and drops down to 50,000. Up to 60, down to 50. 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 Up to 60, and then peters down to the end of stream. Yeah, that sounds normal to me. Actually, last time it's privated. Or this stream. Yes. He gets up to 50, jumps to 65, down to 55, up to 65, down to 55, up to 65, down to 55, up to 62, down to 52. Oh, that's interesting. That's pretty interesting. And then up to 60, and then it just goes around 50 and it peters down after around 4 hours down to normal. Okay. What about this one? Okay, so he starts. He's at, 40 something. He gets up to 50, jumps up to 61, an immediate 10K increase, drops down to 56, up to 62, down to 57. Okay, this is a little bit, and he just jumps up here to 71,000, right, in 10 minutes. And then it kind of peters down to normal. How about this one? Okay, up to 45, down to 43, up to 50, down to 40, and it 10,000 increase. Why is it always why is it always in increments of 10,000? It's what's interesting to me. I don't know. That's interesting. Up to 40, down to 39, up to 43, down to 49. Okay, now it's in increments of 5,000. This stuff prior to our greatest release. How far back is that? Or we go to this one and check. Before it's 58,000 gifted subs. It's those Turkish subs. I'm telling you. Wait, they only have 100. They only have 1,000. Sorry, only 1,000 paid subs because 58,000 are gifted. And they have a total of 59,000 subs. What? Who is this person? $1,000 viewers? Come on. What? Something went wrong. Yeah, I'm sure it did. I'm sure it did. Workout at home. Oh, the channel's gone. No, it's not. It's still here. But the VODs are gone. Some of the VODs are gone. Which absolutely has to do something. Getting from bots. I like bots to view ads and boost viewer count. Removing them benefits them. Provides no benefit beyond reducing server load. Yeah, but it makes Twitch seem like it's still popping. But like, this is why Reed is not incorrect here. Like, if you're not botting in a room full of botters, like, you are at a disadvantage. That's true. That's true. Right? Like, Neon was at the freaking Mr. Beast thing. And he's like a worse botter than freaking the Burnt Peanut is. Man, they really don't want me looking at this stuff. Look, the Burnt Peanut. 30 minutes, he jumps up to 56,000. He's at 54,000. Jumps up to 66,000. Down to 57,000. Up to 67,000. Down to 59,000. Up to 69,000. Always in increments of 10. That's so interesting. That's so interesting. Whereas never was the queso. It's just always in increments of 10. Let's see queso's numbers. I mean, Game Queso's like at a steady, what is that, 60K? But he's not dropping at like, you know, set intervals of 10,000. Queso is legit good though. People like him. It's not about people liking him or not liking him. Right? At least 10,000. It's the same stream, but it's a different stream. As in the fan base, but also bots. Same stream. No, it's a different stream. But I read the same thing. Give subs, but you so you pay to add viewers. I mean, I get it. It makes sense to me. When he's doing Mythic, I don't know. Like the queso has consistent numbers reflect his viewer base. This will have 300,000 views. I can't even see it. Man, they really don't want me looking at these freaking numbers. As reports of some Cloudflare issues. They do it the old-fashioned way by paying kids to sit at a computer at the library to watch it. Exactly. Rate limited. Haha. To be entirely fair though, like for his viewership spikes, he is at least getting clips. Like whenever he sees a spike in viewership, he has clips to like also indicate that it's like, you know, something's happened, right? Something popped off at this point, which is why he has some viewership bumps. I don't know if the Burnt Peanut has that. Wait, does it just not show any clips? I mean, he has some of that, but like, I don't know. This is very rhythmic, just up and down. How does it look at so many raids? It looks like a raid would look basically like this. Like you're at your normal viewership, you have a burst up, and it looks something like this. Or depending on like how entertaining you are, it'll look like this or something. Right? It wouldn't look like every 20 minutes. You know what I mean? This is like a freaking the digital signal, you know what I mean? It's like basically every 30 minutes on the dot, right? 1 hour and 17 minutes, 1 hour and 47 minutes, 2 hours and 17 minutes, 2 hours of every 30 minutes on the dot, he gets a boost of 10,000 viewers. All right, bro. All right, bro. All right, sure. Nah, yeah. Nah, okay. At the very least with Queso's graph, it's like he has like, you know, moments where like he'll jump up 10,000 viewers. Right? And it's also trending upwards, so like he's getting more viewers, like more people are just coming in. But like every 30 minutes, I have to check another one. I do. For 47 minutes, 47,000. An hour and 17 minutes. An hour and 47 minutes. An hour and 2 hours and 17 minutes. 2 hours and 47 minutes. 3 hours and 17 minutes. Could be the API pulling every 30 minutes. That could be the case for sure. But like that doesn't happen for Queso. You know? We can check somebody else. And we can check Jinxie. Okay, this looks a lot more normal. To be fair, he did stream for like 12 hours, which is insane. But there's no rhythmic jumps of like every 30 minutes, boom, boom, boom. You know what I mean? Like, it just looks organic. Just on the black, I think he Viewbots, to be honest. Yeah, it wouldn't be surprising. Yeah, I don't know. All right, we can peek behind this. They were Ronaldo curtain. Honestly, like, it looks organic to me personally. There's rhythmic highs and lows. Because no stream is ever going to be like, you're always at a high, you know? You're always at your peak viewership. You're going to have rhythmic highs and lows. You're going to talk about something that some people will not be interested in. You're going to cover something that some people will not be interested in. You're going to, you know, move on to a different topic. You're going to get distracted. What Kai, people kept saying is botting. Kai has not streamed since the Mafiathon. But before that, he also didn't stream since the bots were taken away. Oh, see, we covered this when this first came out, like back in the day. I guess they did it again. Twitch viewbotting analysis. I was one of the initial people doing viewbotting analysis on Twitch streamers. This tool, viewer metrics extension, pulls all viewer account creation dates from the chat and creates a graph. It's important to note that it pulls from the creation dates of Twitch accounts, not the date that somebody has begun following a creator. For this reason, almost all Twitch streamers follow the same pattern. As the 4 of the biggest Twitch streamers currently live on the platform, you can see Hassan, Tarek, Ronaldo all follow the same pattern of account creation dates. All 3 of these content creators were unaffected by the viewer bot purge in August. However, Asmongold, who was affected by the bot purge viewership graph, does not follow the normal pattern. It sustains the creation dates over the course of 7 years, along with some random upticks, which is completely unnatural. Yeah. It's even worse for Miskiff. Miskiff has a huge bump for like one specific day. I think NPI also has the same kind of bump. The best part about this analysis is that I did my own little analysis, is that some of the bots also follow other streamers who are botted. So you can kind of build a network of bots and who are botted, because the bots are shared, right? You can look at all the viewers that Hassan recently gained when somebody started botting him, right? You can pull that viewer data and see who they follow, and you can see who is being botted. Maybe not who is botting themselves, but like who's being botted, right? And so Twitch could do this if they wanted to, right? Twitch could do this analysis if they wanted to. They have a reason for not wanting to do it. You know? But yeah, I wanted to look at the Charlie video on this, and then we'll call it.
Majority of numbers you see on the internet aren't real. The accounts that you interact with, the posts that you see, oftentimes aren't even made by a human being on the other side of the keyboard. The cyberspace is dominated by bots. And unless you've just woken up from a coma, this isn't news to you. Everybody knows that now. It's an accepted part of cruising the World Wide Web, that the shit you see is artificially inflated. And it's become a huge yapping point, a massive topic, specifically dead internet theory, and diving even deeper into the minutia of bots, cannonballing into the deep end of the pool, you will find viewbots, a topic that often gets very aggressive and accusatory because it is so prevalent.
Every big platform is willfully ignorant of buying because it looks terrible to admit whether half of your traffic is fake. Yeah. But also, like, who really cares? Right? So long as Twitch goes to advertisers and they're like, we promise you will not be paying for any inorganic traffic, advertisers don't care either. You know what I mean? So long as advertisers know that their money is going to go towards real viewers, right? They don't care. Twitch doesn't care so long as, you know, the streamers are happy and the advertisers are happy. And the only people who are affected by this legitimately are the viewers who have to see the burnt peanut be number one on Twitch. And we have to deal with that. And two, the other streamers who don't bot, who are pushed to the bottom of the directory. But Twitch doesn't care about us. They care about the big streamers anyway. So if you have the money to buy 20,000 bots, Twitch cares more about you than they do about the rest of us. Which just depends on the amount of tools to tackle this compared to the public. They're sitting on their hands since it's lucrative. I've yet to see large platforms that are dependent on engagement actually take a stance against them unless it's AI. Yeah, Masad Peanut.
Across streams in particular, on Twitch, on YouTube, on Kick, streamers of all shapes and sizes are often using viewbots to boost their numbers. It's not some big conspiracy, it's not deep state propaganda or anything like that. It is a provable, real thing that platforms just don't seem to be taking any real action on at all. I could right now go live on Twitch openly stating I'm viewbotting it out the wazoo to fucking 20k viewers, and maybe the worst that would happen is I get like a 24-hour suspension from Twitch. They don't care. They made that push like a year ago about
it's
getting...
more than that for advertisers. Most employees of these companies are doing advertising want those big numbers. It goes up to management that either doesn't care or doesn't know. Investors just know that there are numbers. Yes, but if you're called out on it, they want to make sure that they're protected on that. So like they want to make sure that they get insurances from Twitch that they're not selling inventory to bots, right? But also they do want a big number as well. And so, but if it comes out that they are selling inventory to bots, they will be fired. They'll pull out of Twitch entirely, right? So right now it's a game of like everybody's pretending like we don't know the bot situation. That's kind of it.
Bots off the platform, but that lasted for what, 2 fucking days? And then they took like a catastrophic hit to their overall viewer metrics, and I guess they pumped the brakes because at the end of the day, and this is something people say a lot, and it is true, those huge numbers are good for Twitch as well to advertisers, even if the numbers are fake, even if they know it's botted, phony baloney, fraudulent viewer metrics. It doesn't matter. It makes them more appealing to brands. So it seems like they are very hands-off when it comes to doling out big punishment for viewbots. It's not exactly a well-kept secret. It's pretty out there in the open that tons of streamers viewbot. Now, the reason why I'm yapping about it again is because just yesterday, or maybe it was even earlier today, I don't know, time moves in a weird fucking fashion once you hit your 30s. Everything blends together, your bones fucking creak anytime you walk up or down stairs. Anyway, though, I'll stop bitching and whining about that. I know you're not here to listen to me play a sad song on the world's smallest violin about my deteriorating cartilage. The CEO of Night Media, Reed, came forward with a post out of nowhere saying
Imagine
that
the
it's
platform
time
for advertisers engaged with 18 or 45 men is botting. Where do you go? Yeah.
to start Viewbotting. That's the title of the post, which is a eye-catching title, no doubt. Very seldom will you hear someone in that kind of position just say the quiet part out loud here about success in the streaming space. And make no mistake, Night Media is fucking huge. They are one of the top dogs in the YouTuber streamer agency space. They are huge in the industry. They represented Mr. Beast for a while. I don't know if they still do, but they have represented and still actively represent massive creators. So it was certainly interesting to see him with a post like this that makes it seem like he's out there saying, everyone's got a Viewbot, we got to open Pandora's box. If you're not pooping, you're farting. If you're not using Viewbots, you're at a disadvantage. Wake the fuck up, samurai. Time to get Viewbots on the horn. But reading the post, it's a little bit different, though ultimately his tone around Viewbots does seem to be somewhat positive. What does it take to cut through all the noise on the internet? If everyone else is botting, why shouldn't you? We used to live in a world where if you made great content, algorithms would find an audience for your videos. Now, creators have to clip farm, pay clippers, and sometimes even Viewbot to have a better chance of capturing more attention and breaking through the noise. This is especially true on platforms like Twitch, where Viewbotting can surface you on the front page of popular streaming categories. Off rip, this is some turbo doomer shit because it kind of positions it as like your only option if you're just getting started. Oh, there used to be a time where if you made great content...
I mean, to be fair, like, that's kind of... You're not going to be on the top of the ecosystem, on the top of these categories. The numbers are fake. These people don't have 50,000 viewers. They don't have 70,000 viewers. They don't. Right? There was a time where people did have those viewers, right? There was a time where people did have those numbers. But this agency secretly sells Viewbots, to be honest. No, I don't think Night Media is selling Viewbots. I think there's a good chance Night Media bots their streamers. There's a good chance that all agencies bot their streamers. Genuinely. All big agencies. There's a good chance that FaZe botted the FaZe boys when they were in FaZe. There's a good chance that Mythic bots their streamers. Right? Because they're not only competing against others, they're competing against other management agencies. At that time, it was a few people getting those numbers. Now everyone's hitting 30K plus. Yeah, and Twitch hasn't grown. Twitch has gotten smaller. That's the funniest part. We're supposed to pretend like we don't know this. Twitch has gotten smaller than it was at its height during COVID. But we're supposed to just sit down and accept that that like there are now more streamers who are concurrently getting 30,000 concurrent viewers? Sure. Sure. It used to be Ninja got 200K, 100K, and everybody else was at like 1,000 or something, 2,000, 5,000. Now it's like you have 7 streamers getting 90K, 12 streamers getting 50K, 15 streamers getting 30K, and 24 streamers getting, 10 to 15K. You do the math. That's way more than than what Twitch had at its height. In its what's it called? Distribution. Is it less medium-sized streamers? No, there are actually more medium-sized streamers. There are more medium-sized streamers because there's also hundreds of streamers with 1K now. The streamers with 1K have grown, right? But the streamers with 30K have also grown. That's not possible unless there are less people with like 5 viewers to compensate for that, or there are just more viewers on the platform and there's not. These numbers are coming from somewhere and it doesn't appear to be legitimate.
You could get found, but those times are way behind us in the shitter now. It's gone. That's an era long forgotten, like the saber-toothed tiger. Now, if you want to cut through the noise, you gotta clip farm, pay clippers, or Lord help us, even Viewbot. You gotta get down and dirty in the pig pen. It's the only way. When that's not true. You can still make great content and get found. It does happen. I think the best example of that is Queso.
Yeah, you can be one person out of tens of thousands of people who are legitimately trying to be streamers for a career or a job. Like, yeah, you could be Queso. You know what I mean? As opposed to like just botting like the burnt peanut and neon and a bunch of these other examples of people who botted their way to the tops. Queso, one of the few people who are legitimate in a room full of botters, you know? Like, don't worry, guys. You can be this one guy who got lucky in a sea of people who bought. It's still possible. It's just like, I don't think that disproves what he's saying in the article. The article is saying like, also Queso's like, you know, he's not a new streamer anymore. You know what I mean? I'm going to talk to Queso when I can just stick out alone instead. Exactly. And who cares? Who's going to stop you? Queso does have like 60K, as much as I want to believe it. It's hard to believe in the current market despite him having 10 million followers on Twitch. I think Queso probably has a legitimate base of support, right? But again, I can't sit here and say like Queso, you know, isn't being botted. I don't think Queso would bot himself, but again, I can't in good conscience say that Queso isn't being. I can't say that anybody's not being botted. You know, or any of the top streamers, top 50, top 100. Right? It's very hard to say. I think Queso is more legit than Asmon. I mean, that's not really a flex though.
I would be shocked to learn Queso viewbotted at any point in his life. I don't even think the guy could find a viewbot website or provider. I genuinely don't think he would even know where to begin with something like that. And he has blown up solely because he makes good content. He cut through the noise. And this is something I've always said, luck is a huge part of it. It is. It just is. But what he is right about is that in the current day and age, there is an alternative that doesn't rely as much on RNG, and that is pay to win. You can stand a better chance of standing out in the oversaturation of content creation by paying for viewbots to float your streams to the top of categories, or pay for viewbots on other socials where you're spamming clips from your streams so you could boost up numbers on, you know, a wacky moment or something and have it like explode elsewhere because you inflated the numbers through viewbots. Then people could find your stream and maybe organically grow it that way, but you still viewbotted in order to boost a clip that led people to the stream. Like, there are paths that don't rely as much on luck, because if you just have money to start and just start buying views, it does help put you in front of more eyes. It's something that's very common, especially on Twitter. But at the end of the day, I just don't like this mentality that Reed kind of encapsulates here of, well, everyone else is cheating, so I should too. And he's trying to make like a strong argument that everyone else is doing it. Content alone, it could be the most slapping, banging content ever. It's not good enough. It's all about the distribution method now, which is dominated through bots and shit like that. So
I don't think he's incorrect about that though. Okay, I didn't finish the article because there was a lot of reading to do. But I don't think. Oh, well, I was almost done with it. Okay, let's finish it then. Is there any way to detect viewbots? Oh, and these companies accept crypto payments. Is there any way to detect viewbots? From what I've researched about detecting viewbots, even Dan Clancy, the CEO of Twitch, has mentioned detecting bots is a cat and mouse game, where allegations start surfacing online. Streamers are left to state their case and to prove that the audience is real. And for brands, is there any way to tell if a streamer or someone else is buying the viewership? I couldn't find anything legitimate that I would trust. There currently isn't a website out there that can incredibly detect bots on Twitch. Somebody built this and emailed it to me. The big takeaway: I've entered an era where good content alone isn't enough. Distribution tactics are. When clipping, paid amplification, even bots can artificially push you up the rankings, and playing in the playing field starts to tilt towards whoever is willing to game it. Twitch's detection tools feel reactive at best. I mean, it's true. And advertisers don't seem to have any reliable way to verify what's real. If botters become normalized, creators face a brutal question: come clean or risk invisibility, or bend the rules and survive. Long term, though, this erodes trust in the entire ecosystem. I don't think this is incorrect. I think this is relatively correct. You can tell from view tracking, though, not really. He's right. There's no real foolproof way of saying somebody's viewbotting. It doesn't exist, right? Even looking at the burnt peanut, we can be like, okay, this is interesting. This is you know, but it's not like conclusive. Like I don't think you can ban somebody for, your viewer graph looks weird. You know, you need to have, beyond a shadow of a doubt, they are breaking the rules. And first, that has to be the viewbotting is against the rules. It is circumstantial, or as some people would say, circumcisable. For gamers, it's easy. This is an easy anti-cheat or a battle eye. Saying they cannot catch hackers. It's a cat and mouse game. Yeah. Somebody randomly gets 120 viewers, viewers for no reason. I mean, yeah, but then like that still looks good for Twitch.
really you got to think about this strategy of using bots. I just don't like how he's positioning bots as a strategy instead of calling it what it really is, which is cheating. Like, yes, you can gamify the distribution and shit through bots. Everyone fucking knows that. But I just don't think it's something that should be outwardly encouraged. And it's really weird that the CEO of Night Media, one of the
I don't see it as him encouraging it, honestly. Not to defend the CEO of Night Media, but I don't see this as him encouraging it. I think he had an inflammatory title, which is it's time to start viewbotting. But I think he kind of brought it around to actually making a good point. You know, but the problem is that nobody wants to call out the viewbots for what they actually are. You know, nobody wants to be the guy being like the Brett Peanut is viewbotting, right? Because that makes you a pariah in the state. Because everybody's doing it. You know, if you call out the Brett Peanut for viewbotting, you're not going to get invited to the Mr. Beast event where like half the people there are viewbotting too. You know, because it's true. Half the people there were viewbotting and are viewbotting currently, still, right now. You have like XQC and Asmongold throwing out viewbotting allegations towards Deshae Frost and DDG, who are probably viewbotting, but even XQC and Asmongold are also viewbotting. You know, everybody's viewbotting at the top. They're all viewbotting. It's true. It is the case.
Biggest agencies in the space.
How long does this video go on for? Oh, he just keeps reading the article. I think I got my point across. I think I got my point across. You call people for viewbotting when they themselves are doing it also. Yeah, but why would you not, you know? Okay, I think I made my point. It's more of a tradition. Whoever blinks first will likely cause the rest of the platform kind of do something about the bots. It was like a YouTube, but it'll freeze over first. I don't think YouTube will stop botting. They can't even stop AI content from being proliferating on the platform. I see Kick going first, but like Kick obviously is doing anything. That's not Kick. Sorry, definitely not Kick. Doing Twitch. What's the difference at this point? Anyway, I made my point. We spent a lot of the day talking about Graham Platner. Tired of Graham Platner, bro. Exactly. Currently the mindset is our biggest competitors ain't doing anything about it, so why should we? Yeah, I mean, they're not necessarily wrong for thinking that too. Because nobody cares. The internet's dying. We are living in the dead internet. Everything you interact with are bots and AI. And AI bots. And bots who make AI. And bots who post AI. And bots who comment on AI. And AI that is trained off of the bots. Ugh. Are you AI? Ice cream so good. Sorry. It's Mr. Murphy. Thank you for the 31, by the way. I'm sorry if I forgot that. I don't know. The positive is that we hit 38,600 followers. We're only 400 and then 1,400 away from hitting 40K.
I live like a capitalist.
That's
every
the goal
single
by
day,
summer.
Shank. I live as a capitalist. Okay? I live when I believe.
Large Hero 7 just subscribed.
Large Hero 7, thank you for the 18 months. Much appreciated. Anyway, that's it. That's my take. The Platner conversation just. And she the Green Lantern trailer? No, they'll clap my bod. And I'd like to be able to find my bods, but I want to find something. So we'll do it tomorrow before YouTube stream, probably. Streams well, much love in chat. I had no idea where the bot convo was coming from. Because I'm intrigued to learn more. Yeah, it's an interesting conversation. I don't know. All I know is the Burnt Peanut is botting. He's a botter. He is a botter. But that's it. I swear, if I have to keep hearing from Grand Platner, I will die. I will die. All right. Is there anything else, chat? Cause Jason stuff. He was in blackface. I don't know what more do you want me to say about that. Just when I call XQC a racist, he's gonna cry about that forever, bro. He's gonna cry about that forever. Anyway, thank you for watching. Here, let me go grab Nick's real quick. Also, bye YouTube chat. Bye YouTube chat.